Welcome, everybody, to the Speed Chess Championship. This is the second match of the day. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today, International Master Casa Corley. Casa, good afternoon to you.
Hey, Danya, good to be with you for a really exciting match.
It's going to be an amazing battle between two of the top American players, Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. But there's been exciting matches all around. Let's take a look at our bracket to start off the show. Man, we just watched an incredible match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Arjun Erigaisi, Casa. It's been a mouthwatering display, no matter where you look.
Yeah, I mean, just these matches come right down to the wire sometimes. And I mean, we just saw a thriller with Nepo taking it right at the last moment. And I'm expecting another really tough match today. So really looking forward to it.
Indeed. You can see there the quarterfinals matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. And of course, we also have Nihal against MVL that will come later. But today is all about two of the most recognizable players in chess history. Let's have a look at our Deloitte game analytics, Casa. What really jumps out at me is that they actually haven't played all that many games between themselves online.
Yeah, it's actually quite peculiar. I mean, you know, these guys have been the giants of American chess for many, many years now. And yeah, it appears they don't have so much online experience, but we both know their games, and we know Hikaru is an absolute monster in fast time controls, particularly on Chess.com. Fabiano has also been a much improved rapid and blitz player, and I think he, remains underrated.
He absolutely does. He also leads their blitz head-to-head, despite the obvious disparity in their Chess.com blitz rating. As we look at the second page of our Deloitte Game Analytics, the bullet rating disparity is crazy, 3570. That does not sound like a number that can correspond to chess rating, Casa.
Yeah, it's kind of absurd. And I think that's actually going to set the tone for kind of the keys to success in this match, because if Fabiano really wants to take this, he's going to have to do his work early.
He most certainly will. Hikaru is such a good bullet player. And for Hikaru, he hasn't really tried all that hard in the openings. He's just tried to get interesting positions and outplay his opponents in the middle game across all time controls. But we are getting started here. Hikaru with the white pieces in the first game. And a surprise as early as move 1, Casa. Hikaru starting with 1 c3.
Yeah, these early c3, I expect something that, transposes toward a London. Maybe we'll have a bishop come out to f4, maybe to g5 if Hikaru is feeling frisky. But no, okay, we have this queen b3 sighting, and here we go.
And we've transposed entirely into a more respectable opening. If I didn't see the first move, I would think that this is some sort of a Queen's Gambit declined, or maybe if a pawn appears on c6, a Slav. So the move c3 isn't as bad as people make it out to be. Most of the time, it just transposes into a more conventional opening.
Yeah, 100%. And the real question here for white now is, do you want to fianchetto your bishop on g2, or do you want to put it to e3? I expect g3, bishop g2 happening shortly. And Fabiano's potentially inviting some b5 push down the line, but a fianchetto would discourage that.
I agree completely. Instead, Hikaru develops his other bishop and puts it on f4. Obviously, the c7 pawn is now under fire, and the conventional way of responding here, I think, would be c7, c5, but it's a pretty committal move, especially because your queen is currently unprotected, so you're not going to be threatening c takes d4 in that position. It's already a direct confrontation, and so Fabi invests a little bit of time here. c5 is not the kind of move you play willy-nilly.
Yeah, and my impression, though, is that that's really going to be the question. If black gets in c5, and no, we've seen knight c6. So I was going to say, if black gets in c5, black probably equalizes. If not, white's going to have a slight advantage based upon the pawn duo in the center and a little bit more space. And so Fabi's going to be a little bit worse here for a while.
Oh, absolutely. I think knight c6 is already an admission that he doesn't love his position. Robert likes to say the side that controls the pawn breaks controls the position. The only pawn break that I see now for black is an eventual e6, e5, but with white's bishop sitting on f4, white's controlling that square a bunch of times. Even if black plays bishop d6, which I think is very likely, Hikaru can just drop his bishop back to g3 and then proceed with his kingside development, and it will be very, very difficult for black logistically to organize the e5 pawn break. I think we're going to see that play out right now.
Yeah, no question. There's also this potential juke with bishop g5 that you'll see in some structures. You can consider bishop g5, consider capturing on f6, or at least tease the idea. And I like what white has done thus far, because even though the bishop on f1 is not developed, black remains cramped. And now the queen on c8 is a bit misplaced, the knight on c6 is misplaced, and we're already getting Hikaru faces. He's kind of figuring out where to go with that bishop.
Yeah, now that you pointed it out, I'm looking over at my other screen here, thinking very, very deeply. I don't know if he's surprised necessarily by how Fabi has handled the opening, but given his first move, he's got to be happy at the outcome of the first 10 moves or so. Bishop g3, bishop g5, I think is a lovely idea, just threatening bishop takes f6. Maybe he's calculating bishop g5 and then the knight can jump out to e4. Or you could even play bishop to e5, which is a much weirder move. But instead he goes with a fourth idea, g3.
I was literally about to say G3, Danya, because it's such a typical Catalan idea where you have this sort of weird structure with a double F pawns, pawn E3, and it's a very, very compact position, and just further reinforces the E5 square, at least preventing that push, that liberating push for black. So, and then in some positions you can even entertain some rook G1 dynamics down the road. So another way to keep the tension. I think it's regardless, we're never going to see bishop takes d6.
Agree. And instead we saw bishop takes f4. Now we could spend the entire show enumerating Hikaru's various strengths across blitz and bullet, but one of those strengths is his ability to pose practical decisions to his opponent. He gets everybody in such serious time pressure, and the way that he does it is he makes these open-ended moves, particularly in the early middle game, and he forces his opponent to make a lot of difficult decisions. Here, with the move g3, that was one decision Fabi had to make, whether to keep the tension or to take on f4. He's decided to exchange the bishops. Now Hikaru has this clamp on the e5 square, and he's just established a knight on e5, and Casa, we're very likely to see the move e3 to solidify the f4 pawn.
Yeah, one thing I will give Fabi credit for, though, is he is slightly up on the clock, which is going to be important. And he does play the black side of these Catalan structures a lot. He played him at the World Cup against Abbasov. That didn't go so well, but he has a great depth of experience here. And so, if you're playing the black side of these positions, you're thinking a lot about how to liberate your queen side with a b5 or c5 pawn break. So I think at least he's unaware of the terms and conditions.
Yeah, he definitely is. And Hikaru, now with a decision to make, the f4 pawn is hanging. You can't give that one away. Knight takes g6, it would appear to me, would kind of defeat the purpose of Hikaru's play. Then why did you establish a knight on e5? But one thing that might be giving Hikaru pause is that e3 runs into this weird-looking move, knight h4, and this bishop doesn't have any squares along the long diagonal to stay on. It might have to drop back to f1. That's a bit of an awkward move. Then you're preventing yourself from castling, Casa. So I think that Fabi should pounce on the opportunity, because if you let Hikaru castle or even play rook g1, then white will be able to drop the bishop back to h1. Good stuff by Fabi.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I think actually, if you have knight takes g2 happen, you might be able to get away with b5 and maybe something like queen b7 or b5, even c5 tactically at times. I mean, you feel reluctant to ever get in c5 with the rook bearing down on you. But sometimes there's some, you can sort of get that break off, and even as a temporary pawn sacrifice. That's kind of what I would be looking at, is trying to liberate on the queen side in a really tactical way.
From White's perspective, I think the reason Hikaru went for that g3, g takes f4 idea is to get that g file cracked open and apply direct pressure on the g7 pawn. Now you need more beef on the king side if you want to do that. So one way of involving a second rook is to play king e2 and then rook c to g1. But that could end up as a dead end. Black could drop the bishop back to g6. Maybe then White could send that h pawn up the board. So I'm really curious to see how Hikaru is going to organize his kingside play. He could also drop his knight back, let's say to e2, Casa, and apply pressure on the c7 pawn. So it's not only black who can play on the king side, white can actually, on the queen side that is, white can play on both sides of the board here.
Yeah, and that's really the flexibility in this position for white. And there are a lot of positions now where this king might actually just stay in the center, just come up to e2 or even d2 under the right circumstances. And then all of a sudden, white is primed and ready for any type of Catalan endgame where, again, the grip in the center, particularly on the e5 and c5 squares, is going to be problematic for black in the long term. And so I think Black still has to do some work here to essentially equalize, or keep the game going in a reasonable way, because it's not going to be easy.
And for Hikaru, I think he's gotten what he wanted out of the opening, kind of a fresh, independent position. He's recaptured there on e5 with the d pawn away from the center. Obviously, newer players are advised to capture toward the center. That also relinquishes the grip on the c5 square. So Black could, if he so desired, now play c7, c5. But I feel like the purpose of that move is kind of defeated when there's no pawn on d4 to challenge. And Hikaru drops the knight back to e2. We mentioned this move, Casa. He hits c7. Still looking like a pretty dynamically balanced position as the clocks for both sides dwindle to a minute.
And the contours of the game are starting to take shape. Basically, Black is going to have the long-term trumps. The queenside pawn majority to 3-on-2 is a decided advantage. The bishop long-term might be better than the knight in a lot of circumstances. In the short term, White has a potential initiative on the king side. And if White is not able to prosecute that initiative, Black is going to feel pretty good.
And it's hard to prosecute it because Black has control, a monopoly over the light square. So this bishop on g6 is solid as a rock. White can go h4, congrats, but you're not really going to go h5. And Fabi there, he briefly sacrificed the c7 pawn. It was very, very scary to capture it because that would have popped open the c file. And now Hikaru kind of clustering up with a knight on d4. Fabi getting his pieces into the center. Now c5 looks really, really appealing. So you would want to prepare it with a move like b6, but Hikaru will immediately stick his queen on c6, so it's much easier said than done.
Yeah, king of one is really an admission of guilt. The strategy has not worked out on the king side, and again, these split rooks, the rook on g3, the rook on c1, it's really going to be problematic the longer this continues. So yeah, Fabi's starting to take over, and the time is going to be a factor.
It most certainly is. Fabi has to keep his composure in time pressure situations. Hikaru's so good at posing practical problems when his opponents fall to under 30 seconds. Now both sides at 30 seconds. This is a very exciting first game. An exchange of pawns on b4, and there it is. b6 by Fabi preparing c7, c5. Hikaru could push his pawn to b5, and he does. Will we see an exchange stack, Casa Corley style? No, he puts his rook on d5 instead.
Yeah, it's funny. You kind of would like to put the knight on c6, but it's actually more important to just block the d file for Black's rooks right now. And so Fabi's trying to figure out how to enter maybe rook a8 at the right moment, although you're worried about the c7 pawn constantly. But I'd expect the rook on c8 to get active somehow, maybe Black to give them self luft.
And bishop d3 check escapes the g file, and Fabi grabs the pawn on b5, but this is what Hikaru does. f5, great practical move, and suddenly that initiative we talked about on the king side, it's getting cracked open. Knight takes f5, rook d1 check, and he missed that check.
Oh,
rook takes
no.
c1 and queen e4 should win the game.
Yeah.
Rook takes c1 here is the winning move, but he's got to not fear rook takes g7
Rook
check. It's a scary looking move.
And f8 or h8. I mean, I'd probably go to f8.
And there's no more checks there. And Black has this fork on e4, which is what Hikaru missed.
All right, e6 is a good practical try. 5 seconds left for both.
Queen takes b5. No, he takes bishop e2.
Or bishop e2, even better, yeah. Yeah, that's a wrap.
That's a wrap. Queen takes f3 is checkmate in 3 moves. And Fabi takes the first one.
Yeah, both of them are a little bit miffed at what just happened, but Fabiano got the point, and he can be very, very happy. This is a critical juncture for him. He needs to be up on the clock and separate a little bit here. As we get faster and faster, we know Hikaru is going to get the advantage.
Agreed. I think a lot of people are expecting this to be a blowout and underestimating, the new Fabiano Caruana. But you're totally right. If Fabi wants a chance at this, he's got to get that lead in the 5-minute portion. Hikaru playing 1a6 in the second game.
An Owens hybrid, we can say, because then you follow it up with e6 is pretty wild. So okay, a3 is pretty modest, Danya. I would just have gone knight f3, bishop d3. I'm not a huge fan of this a3 move.
Yeah, a3 is kind of a sign that Fabi isn't trying too hard to punish Hikaru for playing 1a6. I still like White's position. You've got this Benoni-style pawn that just appeared on d5. Hikaru takes it, allowing a knight to establish itself on d5.
Shocking. Yeah, White White definitely has a massive edge here. E takes d5 would be my choice just to maintain the space, but even queen takes d5 is sufficient. And White's going to have the two bishops and space. You like those things. Although what I don't like about Fabi's position here is the clock. He has to keep himself up on the clock so that when the scrambles do happen and that confusion that Hikaru creates comes on the board, he's ready. But we have a very nice Benoni style structure here for White.
For sure, your point is well taken. I think in the last game, Fabi did a great job. He left himself with just enough time so that when Hikaru blundered that check on D1, he didn't have 5 seconds, he had 25 seconds. That is the chief difference as Fabi tries to get his knight from H4 to F5. And obviously Hikaru could prevent that with G6, but his position is already very flimsy and kind of riddled with positional weaknesses. Creating more of them on the king side doesn't seem very advisable. So I think Hikaru is just kind of going to bite the bullet and castle and allow knight f5 and try to kind of work around that knight and maybe get his own knight from d7 over to e5 potentially, or b6.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm actually not a huge fan of this knight h4, knight f5 maneuver, simply because White needed just a few moves to connect the rooks and maintain space. And now, Naka's pretty good with his knights, particularly in these fast controls. So I would have preferred a combination of bishop f4 and rook e1, although knight e8 is extremely puzzling. And I think knight takes e7 and queen takes e7 and rook e1 here is extremely compelling. White has the two bishops, more space. And you could even see scenarios where the queen comes to a4 and it's hard for the black queen side to develop because c6 becomes a weakness. If the knight on b8 comes to d7, the d6 pawn is soft. Very tough circumstance. But this is the best of both worlds. Bishop on f4, knight on f5. This is kind of what I was looking at with the knight on f3.
And of course, Fabi ignoring the b2 pawn. Technically, I don't think there's a direct refutation to bishop takes b2, but Hikaru's got bigger fish to fry. He needs to complete his development here. He can't rip open the queen side because White's rook is then going to land on b7. He gives up the d6 pawn. Fabi says, thank you very much. I'll grab it. And what does Hikaru have in mind here? Knight b6? Yeah, but even if Fabi just plays primitively and plays knight takes c8, I mean, he's going to emerge, I think, with an extra pawn for minimal to no compensation. And what a pawn it is, a passer on d5.
Yeah, and again, this pawn on b2, which is hanging, is just so inconsequential in this position. Right now, there's just too much action happening in the middle, and you essentially jumpstart that rook on a1 if you went for it. So, yeah, this is already not ideal. This is just a tough spot for Black right now. If White ever gets in d6 Danya, it's going to be a wrap.
Absolutely. If d6 is played, and of course right now the bishop is hanging, so big decision for Fabi. Does he drop it back to a2 or back down this diagonal? He brings it back to e2, so eventually he wants to play bishop f3, right? If you give him one more move, the game is basically over. So Hikaru has to take this brief opportunity that he has to play either a move like queen e4, and the sad thing for Black, Casa, is that even if Black wins back the d5 pawn, White's got other assets that he can hang his hat on. Black's got weaknesses on the queen side. White's got the bishop pair. White's got the better placed pieces. So I like what Hikaru is doing. He grabs the pawn on b2, and he's going to meet rook b1, I think, with knight to a4. He's hanging by a thread, but I don't see a direct win in that position with knight c3 looming large over White's position.
Yeah, it's stunning geometry because it does feel like everything's hanging by a thread, but I'm still, my spidey senses are tingling, and frankly, I just, the knight on a4 does not seem ideal unless it lands on c3, but tough to stop now. Yeah,
I don't love Fabi's last move there. Queen c2 forced the bishop, but it wants to be on d4 anyway. Now the bishop at least is stable. It's supported by a pawn. The knight is going to be a lot more stable if it reaches c3, and it just did. Fabi moves his rook over to c1, but now there are no more threats, and Hikaru can work on improving his position, ultimately on disarming this pawn on d5. So maybe a move like rook d8 can be considered now. White should still be better here with his excellent bishop placement, and maybe the move bishop c7 should be considered here.
Yeah, 100%. Bishop c7 and then d6, and you kind of, it's just the wrong move order. Bishop c7 first and then d6, and then the pawn would have been nicely secured 2 squares from the queening square on d8. This version is not as ideal, although I will say there's still I think a quite high margin for error here for White, and I don't see it being too dangerous just yet unless the d6 pawn is locked off for free.
I agree, and I think Fabio ensuring that it won't be lopped off for free. He attacks, it counterattacks, I should say, the a6 pawn. If we could pull up an analysis board really quickly, just to show people why it was so important to throw in the move bishop c7. After rook d7, d6, if black does the exact same thing, knight b5, there's an alignment of the rook and the queen, and white has this additional resource, bishop to c6, pinning the rook to the queen. Let's say black plays knight takes c7. White doesn't even have to hurry with taking the rook. D takes c7, and the rook on d7 is lost. This would have led to a losing position for black. That was a winning move for Fabi. He missed it. And now we go back to the live board. Hikaru has finally gotten rid of that d6 pawn. Fabi can now trade queens and play a pawn down, or Casa, he can take on a6 and reestablish material equality, which he's chosen to do, but this is getting a little bit scary.
Yeah, and again, the f2 square is sensitive, and I think for the longest time, Fabi's needed to get in g3 and king g2, and he actually hasn't found the time to do it. And this is basically the worst version of these opposite-colored bishop endgames because f2 is going to be a permanent target. And so I actually think this is going to be a tough hold now because the king on g1 is just a little bit weaker, or actually I'd say significantly weaker than the black counterpart.
This is a terrible position for Fabi, and it's really frustrating that he even has to defend this, given how good his position was just a couple of moves ago, it seems. Hikaru's probably going to make some luft. He's got all the time in the world to play moves like g6 and h5 and maybe king g7, the same idea that Fabi wanted to carry out in order to prevent what we currently have from being on the board. So still a lot of practical chances for white, but he's under a minute, and how many times have we seen Hikaru squeezing these small to medium advantages in his opponent's low time?
Yeah, you have to be up on the clock when the skirmish happens, particularly when you're playing against Hikaru. And again, this g6 move, for folks at home, when you're trying to make an escape square, you make the escape square on the opposite color as the opponent's bishop so that you just are very, very secure. And so you see white is a light squared bishop, black makes a dark squared escape square. Conversely, much earlier in the game, we wanted to see g3 to give that light square on g2 to deal with this dark square bishop. But here we go. f2 is now being pressed. Rook f1, just too much passivity here. And yeah, rook f2, queen e1 is a wrap.
That's just wins on the spot. Rook takes f2. And Hikaru, he left himself with 2 minutes. He's in no hurry. And this is basic Brian right here. He's not going to miss these easy tactics. And the problem isn't that white loses a pawn. That could not be further from importance. The problem is that the king is now just getting hunted down with a series of checks, queen g1. You could even play queen e3 and queen h6. That's some lovely geometry that we might see on the board. Hikaru has all the time in the world to figure this out.
And again, even here, the dark squares, they're basically Swiss cheese in white's position. I mean, they're just not getting covered whatsoever. Even bishop takes g3, and even endgames now with opposite colored bishops with this amount of pawns is going to be enough to win. But I think Naka, given the time advantage, will look for more.
Yeah, he might. I think he's going to play queen e5, and the interesting thing there is that white can technically get the queen around to h4, but in that resulting position, black still has this little baby on c5 that he could send down the board. But Hikaru does something similar. He took on g3 first. Now he plays queen e5, and he's going to, I mean, like you said, Casa, even the bishop endgame is probably winning with 3 extra pawns. Or no, 2 extra pawns, but still, I would probably keep the queens on the board, though. Anytime the queens get swapped, you get that tiny inkling of opportunity that maybe white can set up some sort of a blockade.
It's definitely a matter of taste, Danya, and you're a tactical guy. I would just be very, very happy to just trade queens and consolidate. There's no chance here of the white bishop holding all of the pawns together, and the bishop could have landed on c7 comfortably. But yeah, mating is going to be the faster route, no question.
And he's just eliminated Fabi's only pride of his position, the a5 pawn. Just don't go h5 and blunder g6 with check.
Ooh.
Yeah, that would be sad, but Hikaru doing a great job here. No
Queen
stalemate
D6.
tricks. Yeah, it's over.
There we go.
And he's leveled the score.
And queen g3 and queen h2 were problematic there, so no reason to continue. But that game, oh my gosh, we have h3 now from Naka. The story of that game was the time situation. Fabi had an excellent position, I dare say winning in that early middle game, but he slipped under a minute and then 2 minutes, and then it just cascades in the wrong direction. He has to stay up on the clock for the eminent time scrambles.
You're totally right. That was an infuriating game. It was essentially +2 out of the opening. There was exactly one opportunity to win the game outright, and that was that bishop c7, d6 motif when black was essentially out of options. Um, let's be real. If you're Fabi, those are the chances you cannot leave on the table. Maybe you can leave one or two of them on the table throughout the match, but not more than that, because you don't know how many of those concrete winning chances you're going to get from Hikaru, who always seems to be in good form. Now, another unconventional opening. The name that comes to mind when I see this position is Richard Rapport, the Hungarian grandmaster, who in earlier stages of his chess career did exactly this. He would play c4, and then he would show up a proclivity to play h3 and g4 rather than the more conventional g3, the kind of hyper fianchetto.
Yeah, when you said Richard Rapport, you just brought a smile to my face because we do appreciate his creativity. And the thing is here, given that white is not engaging in the center, black really needs to be fast to break through to kind of punish some of this flank dynamic. So expect d5 or expect some breakthrough here in the middle, because if you let white get comfortable and get both bishops to the diagonals, like get the bishop to b2 as well, there could be something in it for white. So essentially just developing, connecting your rooks, and breaking through in the middle. That's how you punish flank openings and initiatives.
White holds some long-term assets. You're right. There's the bishop pair. White's position is fundamentally sound, but he lacks queenside development, and I can't believe Hikaru is actually grabbing that pawn on e5. The move d4 seems to win a piece, but it doesn't. The queen can swing over to the other side, queen to g3, and there, if you play queen e7, white could support the knight with f4. So concretely, the tactics seem to work out for white here. Are there any alternatives? Yes, there are. Knight to e4 is an excellent move, which forces Hikaru, I think, to get rid of his bishop.
Yeah, cutting that bishop there on g2 is important. Disturbing the queen, that the sort of coordination that was there, and don't be surprised at some point there might be a queen h4 sighting for black, particularly if that pawn, that black pawn, does land on e4. It'll be hard to dislodge that queen. It'll be extremely uncomfortable to ever castle. And again, Naka's going to have to justify his play with this king in the center, maybe going to the queen side one day. But I love this c5 move, cutting the knight on a6.
c5 is indeed a great move. It was actually the only move, I think, because black was threatening to trap the knight with f6. But of course, there is a downside to what Hikaru has done. He's given up his temporary extra pawn. Fabiano has captured it. And now the knight drops back to e3, hitting the queen, exposing pressure on the c5 knight. And if Hikaru Casa can get in the moves b3 and bishop b2, there will be hell to pay down the dark squares along the long diagonal. I actually don't dislike Hikaru's position, but he's gone b4 instead, and that affords black the extra option of sinking his knight into a4.
Yeah, and it's funny, that knight e3 move was also prophylaxis against knight d3 check. When the queen was on d5, staring down the rook on h1, there was some discovery action as well, but we're a bit far removed from that at this point. Okay, a5 here. I love what Fabi's doing here, just trying to create a mess and open some files for his rook. Essentially, this king on e1 is gonna be harder and harder to justify if there's no initiative on the black king, and so Naka's trying to combine ideas with knight f5, but they just don't work right now.
Yeah, there's no squares, there's no access points on the king's side. His bishop and his knight, they look pretty. But as long as knight f5 can simply be met with bishop takes f5, you said it, White is out of ideas on the king's side. His king is not safe. His position is not stable. Black is much better again. So Fabi has had clear to winning advantages in all three of these first games. But this is what makes Hikaru. He just holds these positions with his teeth, and he makes it so hard to make further progress. And there we see a case in point, rook g1. I think that's a good move. He might try to get his rook up to g3 and patch up some of the holes on the king's side.
Yeah, and he's trying to justify the phantom pressure on g7, right? So there's this dynamic of the bishop on b2 looking at g7, the knight potentially going f5, and if the rook is along the g file as well, he's just teasing out knight f5. And it's so important here for Fabi to keep the time advantage because, again, the skirmish is going to happen. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and he needs to be ready.
And he's doing a great job of that so far. Currently, both players at about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. We are in the first segment of our second SCC match of the day. If you're just joining us, Hikaru Nakamura takes on Fabiano Caruana in another scintillating quarterfinal matchup. We're only 30 minutes or so into the match. We've got another hour of 5+1 left to play. And as we've been discussing, this is the segment where Fabi really has to make a statement and jump out at top, because we know what Hikaru can do in the lower time control segments. Okay, rook back to a7. That rook was attacked. It's interesting to me, Casa, that Fabi chooses not to take on c3. He really believes in this knight. Even though it's on the rim, it's still exerting serious pressure on White's queen side.
I think the other dynamic at play is that it basically can take it when he feels like, and so he's just feeling the timing is not there yet. I also think, even though Black has more space in the center and the queen side, there's something resembling a dark square grip that would concern me in a time scramble. Because even though, technically, the bishop on c8 should fare reasonably, if you just discount the a3 pawn, there aren't a ton of targets long term if the queens came off the board or something like that. So I'm a little bit concerned about some dark square grips, and maybe even bishop b4 at the right moment, saying, hey, you never took my bishop, I'll actually keep it.
And speaking of right moment, I think Hikaru found a great moment to jump with his knight to f5 and finally open up a direct line of fire against the g7 pawn. Bishop takes f5 seems absolutely forced. I think Fabi just kind of forgot about this move. We're kind of receded into the background of his mind. But it's come at a very unpleasant moment. You have to take. Now, if you're forced to trade on c3, White recaptures with the queen, and that's a flat-out double attack. That's a simple, plain vanilla double attack. White will be threatening checkmate, and White will be threatening to pick up that b5 pawn, which I think that's the detail Fabi might have underestimated. The b5 pawn is hanging. If you have to play a move like g6 here, you're also making more long-term weaknesses on the king side. And I think after rook takes b5, White is probably no longer worse. Maybe Black is not worse either, but with a minute on his clock, I'm starting to believe in Hikaru's position here.
Yeah, and as we basically approach this heavy piece endgame that we're getting into, it's going to be so critical for Black to keep the queens on the board.
Rook
oh,
h5,
no.
FG yes. And rook h5. What geometry?
Oh, no.
Look at that idea. Rook b5 to h5, and you will not be able to take it because of the pin, and queen h8 will be unstoppable. Will Hikaru find f takes g6 and rook h5?
I think he will, and fg6 for Black lends itself to queen takes c4 check, which is just unacceptable as well. So, yeah. All right, that's the hold on. You see a car right now being like,
hold up. Hold your horses, girl. F takes g6 and rook h5. There we go.
Yeah.
Moment of truth, Casa. Will he see it?
He sees it. He sees it.
I don't know. It's hard to get a read on his facial expression. He seemed a little bit frustrated earlier, but maybe he's just frustrated he didn't win this game quickly enough. Now you have to keep the attack going, though.
I mean, you can just trade the rooks and then take on c4. All the pawns are collapsing.
Yeah, he's just 2 pawns up. It's as simple as that. And his king remained on e1 for the entire game, and it's safer than it's ever been. There is a mate threat on a1, but
king
you can...
f1.
Yeah, king f1, king g2 is a great way to defend.
Yeah, you just, it's kind of like Tom Brady, you just slide up out of the pocket, then deliver the ball down the field. It's saw for 20 years.
Yeah, you can never quite bring him down. And there it is, king f1. And at this point, it is a matter of technique, as some lazy commentators like to say.
Hey, typically, we just let it play itself out. Given that it's blitz, I would still say there's still some work to be done. There's the potential for 4 versus 3s if the a pawn drops off, but the problem is Black's king is just a bit too exposed. So it's just going to be hard to imagine any type of real counterplay here. The king on f1 is actually extremely snug.
It is, and there's a lot of work to be done. If I had this with White against Hikaru, I would probably be playing for a draw. I'd probably be worried that his queen is going to appear on h1 at some point, and there's going to be some lightning attack down the d-file. But when Hikaru is handling the white pieces, it's like an experienced driver going 90 miles per hour down the freeway. You're not worried at all. You know he's got it under control. He's also down to 30 seconds on the clock as he drops his queen back to c2. So he's got this pressure on e4, and Fabi really would want to play f5, but he can't because he'll drop a third pawn on g6. Oh, e3 is a great move.
Excellent move.
Rook d2, queen takes e4, gets a winning endgame. Fabi's got
Or
to keep the
C4,
queens
queen
on the board.
D1. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but this is actually a longer, more impressive defense than I expected, to be honest. Frankly, I thought, Nakamura would have been able to get the queens off the board by now. And given that that hasn't happened, there's still some life for Fabi. So that's basically what it comes down to. If white gets the queens off, it's going to be very trivial. If not, there's still going to be work to do.
Queen b2, trying to infiltrate h8. Fabi, I think, has to go king g8, but then rook h4 might be giving him pause. Oh, he goes the other way. But now the hunt begins. The hunt begins.
Queen f6.
h4. Wow, what a slow move in a tactical position. Queen f6.
Yeah, queen f6 is definitely going to come at some point.
There it is.
There we go. And yeah, again, these queen trades, just as soon as it happens, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap. He's 2 pawns up. Oh, he just forced a pawn endgame, and Fabi just... We know what that little hand gesture meant. He's lost a second game in a row. Doesn't matter what Hikaru plays, a6, h3, a4. He always seems to make it work, and that must be an infuriating sensation for Fabiano.
It's so easy to be discouraged, but frankly, he's had great positions every time. It's the clock dynamics, and then essentially being able to navigate the hustle that Nakamura puts on at some point in the game, that creating that confusion, just navigating that with enough time in your clock. And I don't love that Fabi repeats this position, even though it was great in the previous game. I think it's good to throw Naka off, and here we are. We're almost in something that you could say it could resemble a King's Indian type of structure, except this bishop on b7 is really not ideal. As you well know, Danya, being the King's Indian guy that you are, you typically want that bishop on the c8 h3 diagonal to facilitate breakthroughs later. So for me, it feels unrealistic for black to even play for f5 anymore.
I mean, I'd bet a silver dollar that we might see the move bishop b7 back to c8 at some later point. And black can often afford these kinds of niceties when the center is closed, which is precisely why Fabi is trying to open up the queenside. He's trying to prevent Hikaru from getting his kingside pieces out and consolidating his position. a4 is a high-class move, and knight a2 is an idea that particularly newer players should take account of. Yes, the knight looks really awkward, but Fabi could later play the move c3. He could play it now and kind of break down some of the queenside and give himself avenues to attack. So the move c3 can be met with a5, but that would yield this lovely outpost on b5 for the white bishop. So I'm expecting either c3. Fabi might keep that move in his pocket. Oh, he takes en passant.
Wow.
And now it looks more like a Sicilian.
And now you gotta like black's prospects here, because the knight on a2 now is just not great. Wow. So basically what happened in the last few moves is this knight on a2 needed to justify the maneuver by going for c3 right away. Exactly. And now black is able to basically jump on white in the center before white's really even ready. And so initiative to black.
How many different openings did we go through? First, it was e4, a6. Then it started looking like a King's Indian. Then it started looking like a Sicilian Najdorf structure with the pawns on d6, e5. And now it looks more like a fried liver than anything else. I mean, in which opening do you hear the moves knight g5, d5, e takes d5, knight a5? It's a fried liver, but it's a horrible version for white. Not just because this knight on a2 is bad, but Casa, in the fried liver, you always have this check on b5. And because Hikaru made the prophylactic move 1a6, anticipating that, the bishop now has to drop back to e2. You're able to calmly recapture on d5, get your bishop out to e7, chase the knight away from g5. White is much worse.
Yeah, I'll also, just to add to all those points, black usually has a broken pawn structure on the queen side, and that's also not the case here either, with the A and B pawns being there instead of your typical A and C pawn. So essentially, black's going to be even in material, have a massive lead in development, and this bishop on b7 is just going to be a menace to society. This g2 pawn is going to be so concerning, and even if white castles, there's going to be massive pressure on the king side. This is not the direction Fabi wanted this game to take. But it also goes to show this knight a2 move was a little double-edged to the extent that you had to justify it quickly. If you didn't justify it, in a reasonable way, it was going to be bad.
Yeah, it had to be followed up by c3. Now it's too late to play the. You can play the move c3 here, but then you're actually giving up this massive square on b3. You might lose material outright. Fabi's got to find a way to coordinate the rest of his pieces. I mean, bishop e3 maybe, but Hikaru will just castle. Hikaru actually decided to take on d5 with the bishop, which is a completely viable alternative to knight takes d5. That bishop is nicely centralized. It's actually aiming at the knight. It's aiming at the g2 pawn. As you put it, it is very much a menace to society. And later on, Hikaru could bring his knight back to c6, challenge that d4 square. And last thing I'll point out is that the queen could move out of the way and a rook could take its place. Very easy position to play for black. Big central control. Bad for Fabi.
That's the one, Danya. Moving the queen to c7 or b6 and then rook d8, and then you'll see the queen drop back to b7 even potentially and hit g2 again. That one is going to be really annoying. And allowing this bishop e3 move with tempo, I'm not so sure about. But okay, we're in a different position right now. But you can see, to me, a lot of times the story in the game is going to be the time advantage and whose rooks are connected first in a lot of positions. And you see here, black has that opportunity just castling simply. Now the b4 pawn is under pressure here, but white is not getting the time advantage, or Fabi's not getting the time, the comfort and with the clock that he needs to basically play these positions once the skirmish happens.
Whoa. But I love what he's doing here, and he's got a sick tactic. Hikaru has just missed a crazy tactic. I don't know if Fabi's going to see this, but let's put this on an analysis board, and then we'll keep an eye on whether Fabi sees this. The reason the eval bar just shut up has to do with the move knight takes b4. Now, you can count the defenders and the attackers and say, well, this isn't working because black is protecting the queen. But in this position, when the distance between two pieces that are defending each other is wide, you have to look for interference tactics. And bishop b5 is a classic interference move. It's a check. If you take the bishop with the pawn, you drop the queen. If you take it with the rook, then there's the intermezzo. Queen takes e5 check. Then white recaptures the rook, and black's position is in complete shambles. After queen takes b5, you could get your rook to d1, and white actually has a winning attack, and Fabi missed it. And these are the chances, Casa. Yes, I'm saying this from the comfort of my room. I'm not the one sitting in front of Hikaru Nakamura, thankfully. But let's be real about this. You're not going to get a lot of these tactical chances, and instead, he's gone the other way. He's gone bishop f3, and I still think Fabi's doing a good job of producing practical chances, but that was a big miss right there.
Yeah, and again, tactics are often the product of loose pieces or just a lack of coordination. And Naka could have the opportunity to just castle, connect the rooks, and some of these moves on the queen side were just a little frivolous. And so black still maintains an advantage here. But again, even if you don't see some of the brilliant tactics that Danya just spotted, a lot of it comes down to just chess principles and coordination.
Yeah, the reality is Hikaru's still uncastled. You called it. He's got some flimsy pieces over there on the queen side. And like I said, I still think Fabi is doing a great job of holding this position together. Hikaru has left this e5 pawn up for grabs. It can be captured right now by Fabi, but it's always scary to take pawns like that against Hikaru. I don't think the black has anything big in mind. I think Hikaru's just going to trade knights and maybe play rook bd8 and play for a long-term positional compensation. He'll try to get his bishop to f6 and maybe the other rook to e8. So there's no question in my mind that black's position is still fine, but if Fabi treads carefully, he's also set himself up with the 20-second time advantage. The worst should be behind him, at least temporarily.
Yeah, and a lot of times in positions like this where you're pawn down, a lot of professional players ask themselves, is this a Marshall compensation? Is this not? This does indeed look like a Marshall type of compensation with the bishop coming to f6. The 9a2 is such a poor piece. Although, if knight c1, knight b3 happens in a timely fashion, maybe you could start to say, hey, I'm a pawn up, it matters. But no, Naka's very quickly targeting those queenside pawns before that type of maneuvering could even happen.
Queen c6 is one of those small moves that you look at and you say, that makes total sense. But it's actually a really hard move to see. It's hard to spot that these two pawns were both unprotected and could be targeted by the same piece. But now queen takes a4 is possible, but maybe there are some crazy tactics there with knight c3.
Knight c3 is possible.
Yeah. I think it is possible because you can't take with the pawn. And after knight c3, knight takes c3, bc, it's white who's got the double attack on the bishop and the pawn. And yet another tactical opportunity that Fabi has to exploit here. I think if he doesn't find that move, he might be worse.
Yeah, 100%. This is a tactical sequence to equalize. Let's just be clear
Yeah,
about
exactly.
that. Long term here, black has the trumps. The A and B pawn have the potential to produce an outside passer on the A file. And just frankly, the knight A2 is passive otherwise. And yeah, this is a really, really critical juncture. We are getting to that moment where the skirmish is happening and he's down on time. Again, this is going to be the story through this 5+1 segment.
Okay, more tactics. Bishop takes b4. What a move by Fabi. Everything is hanging, but I think this does actually work out tactically for Fabi. If Hikaru takes with the bishop, then obviously Fabi will take the knight with his rook. But what happens if black plays knight takes b4? I think Fabi wants to play queen takes e7, and we're going to get complete tactical pandemonium there. There's some back rank threats with rook d8. Hikaru's got only 20 seconds to figure all of this out.
Yeah, and I think he's going to figure it out. I think you're going to just have the series of exchanges that's going to lead to a heavy piece endgame again, but there's not going to be enough material on the board to really press it. Although queen takes d2, that is a key move I actually did not see. I was looking at queen takes a2, and this one now maybe ensures the a pawn gives extra a pawn does give black an advantage, although this should be holdable. You get the rook behind the pawn at some point. This white rook would do well to get to c7 and maybe a7 at some point. And as long as it gets behind the pawn, no problems. Although Naka's doing a great job of not allowing that to happen.
Yeah, he's gotten his queen behind the pawn. In a classical game, this is a draw. There's no doubt about that. By the way, that pawn on h5 could have just been captured. That was a free pawn because the queen would have protected the d1 square. But that's tough geometry to see with only a couple of seconds remaining. Fabi's still up on time. He should be able to hold this. I'll put it this way. It'll be an absolute heartbreaker for him if Hikaru can somehow convert this extra pawn on a6. He's trying his best. He's gotten his rook to f6. He's pressuring the f2 pawn. Fabi staying afloat for now.
I don't like this.
Tactic.
Oh, here we go. Queen c2. Queen takes b1.
Queen a8. Okay, Fabi wins the pawn back. It still should be a draw here. But by all means, do not allow a queen trade. That's the one way to lose this for white, is allowing a queen trade into a lost pawn endgame.
Yeah, and I think important for the white queen to stay far away. Stay away.
Yeah. Okay.
This king is going to start to march toward the black king is going to start to march toward g4 at some point. Here we go. f5.
Here we go. Queen e4 maybe and king g4. You got to be careful. Sometimes you can get mated here if you overpress. I think Hikaru is going to win this one.
Yeah, no question, because basically h3 is also going to be a nice avenue in. And so if there's this h3 is going to be a problem at some point.
But look at the way that Fabi held that. Queen d1 check. He didn't take the f7 pawn. That would have lost the game. But here comes Hikaru again. King f6. He goes back to f6 and e6. And there's so many checks that you have to watch out for. Fabi doing an amazing job right now of holding this together.
Yeah, and again, the time is going to be, it's just tough to hold these types of positions. So we're not quite in repetition land just yet, but hold on.
He was winning. He had queen f5.
There was an opportunity to trade queens.
He had an opportunity to trade queens, but I think he's kind of losing hope in his ability to win this position, and he's going to play f6, and he's going to reset his attempts here.
Yeah, and again, this is where the torture chamber continues. Queen e5, king h6 at some point. g5 might be played at some point, although you don't want to give you more avenues toward the black king.
Okay, here we go.
Queen
Still playing, still going.
He's going to try g5 at some point.
Well, first he's going to bring his king out again and do the same thing he's done so many times. I love the way that Fabi is kind of keeping the distance between his king and his queen.
Oh,
last
here we
attempt,
go.
The king up to f3, and it's a drawn pawn endgame. Queen e3
king
is a
G4,
draw.
King h3, king g4, king h3, queen d7 maybe.
Maybe king g2, but then there's a check on b2. And he's still going.
Opposition themes start to become very real.
I think it's a draw now. King f2.
Queen e4.
Queen e4, takes, king f2, king h3, draw. He draws by the skin of his teeth, does
Barely.
Fabi. Gotta move! Oh my gosh.
And he's going to get to h1. Wow.
He was briefly winning Casa with a queen trade, which was missed. Pretty crazy. But the fact remains, Hikaru has to be pretty happy with the way that the first half of the 5+1 segment has gone. He has a 1-point lead, but given some of the positions that he had, that's got to feel good for Hikaru.
Yeah, I will say though, Fabi has definitely shown his stuff in this segment thus far. I mean, if he, again, stays up on the clock, is ready for those skirmishes, he's getting, the better of these positions out of the opening because Naka's kind of punting on the opening. I mean, he's playing H3 and some of these frivolous positions, and we know he could play them well. So Fabi's gonna have to take his chances in the middle game and see what happens.
The score is 2.5, 1.5. Hikaru playing all sorts of offbeat openings with both colors. We've seen 1c3, 1h3, 1a6, and he is getting away with it. It's been a fascinating match, folks. We hope you're enjoying the second SEC match of the day between Hikaru and Fabiano Caruana. We will be back in a little bit with more action from Nakamura Caruana here in the quarterfinals of the Speed Chess Championship.
I'm Andrea.
And I'm Alex.
And we've been playing competitive chess since we were 6 years old.
We started by focusing on classical chess, but later we fell in love with playing Blitz and Bullet online.
Chess has been around for more than 1,000 years, but that doesn't mean that we can't modernize it.
Financial systems have been around for even longer. Sounds like it's time for an update.
And Coinbase is doing just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent.
Also, huge thank you to Coinbase for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the SEC happen.
Go to coinbase.com/update the system to learn more.
Love playing chess variants? Or just looking for something new? Join us for the Variants Community Series. Every 2 months, we'll be featuring a different variant in a series of events and competitions. Learn a new variant and compete against other players for prize money, or just play for fun. Look for community arenas, streamer arenas, and championship events. 6 weekly arena tournaments held every Thursday will be followed by a championship event with cash prizes, including a $1,000 first place prize. The third and final weekly arenas will be streamer arenas, featuring gifted subs as prizes. Win any of these events to qualify for the championship. The Variants Community Series kicks off on September 7th with King of the Hill, where the first to occupy the center wins the game. But getting checkmated still loses. And join the Variants Club today to learn more about upcoming events, how to participate, and much, much more. See you in the arena on Chess.com.
back at the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, and I don't really know who that is. I think a glitch by the production team. Casa, help me out here.
I don't know, just the guy that's just killed it in Speed Chess Championship after Speed Chess Championship after Speed Chess Championship.
And he's
You know his name?
It's hazy, I'm getting old. The names aren't as easy to recollect. I've got too many grandkids, That is Hikaru Nakamura as we take a look at his performances across the board in SCC of years past. He started in 2016, 2 losses to Magnus Carlsen, and it's been all wins since then. He is the 5-time SCC champion, 5 years in a row, and the people he beat in the final, last year's final, he won by a point in one of the greatest online matches, Casa, of all time.
Yeah, it was a total thriller. I'm actually kind of curious what Naka was eating just now. It seemed like he was like munching on some. Are those cheese doodles? Because if they are, I haven't had cheese doodles since the mid 2000s. I mean, that's wild.
This is a really funny scene. Caruana is eating. Hikaru is eating. Fabi is like doing 360s on his swivel chair. This is modern chess, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, no, that might be carrot. That might be a carrot there. Yeah, those are carrots, not cheese doodles. Okay.
I think Fabi must be eating something of the popcorn variety because he just, whoa. That was violent. Not as violent as what's been happening on the board, but that was pretty violent.
Yeah, no question about it. So, all right, so these guys are getting back to it. They're transfixed on the screens now, and yeah, we'll see how this develops. Again, the contours of the match thus far have been pretty clear. Naka is going to create a lot of confusion, and Fabi has to navigate that confusion with more time on his clock. And if he's able to do that, he has a good chance to actually really contend in this segment.
And contend he has to, because it all goes downhill when you face Hikaru and the clock time decreases. Man, they are really in sync today. They even took a sip of water at the same time. And all smiles, it seems, by both players. We're going to get started on our second half of the 5+1 segment momentarily. What will we see, Casa, from Hikaru Nakamura's opening laboratory? There is our answer. The Andrew Tang variation, Knight H3 and G3, is his next opening experiment.
Okay, and Fabi is responding to this sort of like a King's Indian style with the black pieces. What do you think the best way to punish that 9H3 is? Because I'm not convinced this is it. At some point, if black goes for this E4 structure break, the benefit actually of the 9H3 is it's not going to be in the way of an eventual F4 break.
Totally.
The downside is that the G4 square will be really soft and can't be covered with H3, which will mean that the E3 square, which is really nice for black in the event that the structure becomes closed with D4, will be really sensitive. And so that's why Naka's keeping the tension.
And you called it. Not a knight on G4, but a bishop appears on G4 in order to induce this kind of awkward weakening F3 move. But the benefit of F3 for white is now the knight can... Okay, never mind. He does play F4. Pretty brazen move, but I think Hikaru has coordinated his pieces really, really well. And if you play knight G4 here, that at this point is sort of a one-move threat. White could respond with queen E2 or even F5 there, deserved attention. Instead, the bishop comes back to G4, and I wanted to address your earlier question, Casa. Sadly, I actually analyzed one knight H3 because Andrew Tang plays this move a lot in Bullet, and definitely the best way to play against it is not to play C7, C5. You want to play E5 and D5, but you don't want to play it with C5. At this point, I almost want to argue that Hikaru's position is totally reasonable.
Yeah, and it's funny because I would have totally agreed with you. I did prefer queen E1. I think it was really important to cover the E2 square. So somehow bishop E2 and bishop D3 at some point might be a little bit annoying. I actually was familiar with this knight H3, at least to the extent that C5 was bad. So it's funny, we both took a gander at something we probably would never consider in classical chess.
Totally. And great call by you, Casa. There was a really nice tactical subtlety there. I'm just going to rewind for 1 second. D takes E4, double exclaim, because you couldn't take the bishop because of E takes D3, forking the queen and the rook. We don't have to pull up a board. I'll go back to the live board. Just wanted to show what that was all about. It was also possible, by the way, since we have the board up, it was also possible to start with C4. And the engine was pointing out some crazy ideas with bishop takes H3 and bishop C5 check. So this was also possible, but how can you find... and then king H1, queen takes D5, and c takes d3, winning a pawn. Easy stuff.
Oh.
How could Fabi miss that? We go back to the live board.
Just gross stuff. But basically the position on the board now, you really got to be happy with black because white's pieces are pretty discombobulated. Again, you said two things. The clock situation, Fabi's a little bit down right now, but it's not the end of the world in this particular moment. And rooks being connected. And right now, black is much closer to connecting their rooks than white is. That means that black is going to be able to jump on white hopefully before white consolidates, and that's why black has the advantage here.
I've been in this situation so many times against Hikaru where all of your pieces are on ideal squares. You've checked all of the boxes, you've crossed the T's and dotted the I's, and you're staring at the position, but you can't find anything that appeals to you in terms of actually finishing the game off. You're looking for tactics. So Fabi is probably calculating moves like knight takes c4. I don't think that move works because if bishop takes d3 first, and then the knight on e4 is going to hang, and that's how you burn so much time against Hikaru. You just stare at these positions, and I like the way Fabi's playing. He's opting for the slower, gradual improving moves, and he's not taking too much time. But Hikaru is so good at holding these positions together, even when it seems, like he's completely out of options, like he's driven to the back few ranks.
Here's the thing, though, Danya. To me, there were better improving moves than b5. Again, connect those rooks. Try and get a rook to d8. I would have preferred a move like queen d7 or queen e7 or queen c7, anything to get those pieces that aren't playing in the game. I'm not sure what b5 does beyond defending c4, but I just think there was better there.
Yeah, I think Hikaru's chosen a great defensive approach here, trading on d3 and now offering up the queen trade. And if the queens are swapped, his knight from d2 is going to make its way to f3, and he's just not going to be worse in that endgame. So the obvious move here, I think, for most people is a move like rook a to d8, trading on black's own terms. But white could consider taking on t3. White could also consider the move knight h3 back to f2. It's patiently awaited its moment in the sun, and its moment in the sun might arrive sometime soon. No, Fabi has gone for the trade.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. I would have probably gone queen d7 myself, and I think a lot of times when you're trying to decide whether to trade queens or not to trade queens, that is the question, right? I think a lot of times it comes down to whose king is safer, and white's king was weaker in my estimation in that position, and the material was equal, so I would have kept the queens on.
Okay. Now it's up to Hikaru to complete the sort of consolidation of his pieces. What's giving him pause, I think, is this idea of knight f3. The rook can come into d1, pinning the bishop. That's a really, really unpleasant pin, and then black can double on the d-file. So maybe Hikaru wants instead to play on the queen side with the thematic move a2, a4, trying to undermine black's pawn chain. Presumably Hikaru or Caruana would respond with a6, and both sides have to figure out who that additional tension benefits.
Yeah, that tension probably favors white just slightly because the rook on a1 is so passive that activating it would be a meaningful step. The other thing is that you are less wary of rook d1 if at any moment you can play a takes b5. So I think that's probably the way to go. Again, black is not in any trouble here. Black is also up on the clock. So I do like Fabi's situation right now. I would like in the next few moves, though, for to give himself an escape square and figure out how to make a little bit more inroads, particularly with that a8 rook, which isn't really doing anything.
Yeah, those are great points. Definitely, given the opportunity, he would want to play h6 or even something like g6, although between those two moves, I would definitely choose h6 to also control the g5 square, prevent an eventual bishop development. Okay, we see Hikaru trying to untangle with knight f3. You called it, rook d1. Now not possible because of a takes b5 when the rook on a8 would end up undefended. Instead, we see the knight planting itself on g4 and reinforcing black's control over the e5 square. Can the other knight make its way to b3?
Yeah, that's a good question, and it's actually a really nice outpost for that knight. I'm extremely surprised with knight hg1 from Naka, but I think he's trying to evict the knight on g4 with h3. So, but it's not a clean configuration with those knights kind of superfluous there.
Yeah, he's trying to evict that knight, but the b3 square hasn't paid its rent, and that knight on c6 is going to buy in cash. It's going over to b3. Great move by Fabi, and I think the situation is now dire for Hikaru Nakamura. Black could even play knight b3 now. You don't have to move this knight yet. And he does just that.
Oof.
And now you got to look for tactics, Casa. Is there... Okay, knight f6 drops the pawn. That's the problem. Maybe the knight could sink its teeth into f2. Instead, he's sink its teeth into e3.
Yeah, that's a nasty outpost for that knight. And again, black now is better on both sides of the board. So I would consider, again, trying to get this rook on a8 involved. There could be some type of doubling. f4 could even be sensitive. At some juncture, there might be something to bishop d6 at some point, not currently.
B8. Knight
Wow.
d4. He's blundered his knight. He's blundered his knight.
Oh, no.
Knight d4, and it's over. And you know
And
why?
now he's
Because
gotta
the knight
sack
on
an
e3
exchange.
is trapped. He's got to sack an exchange, or he's got to sack a minor piece with rook a b8. That's how quickly the game turns. And the reason I say he's blundered his knight, Casa, is because after bishop takes d4, c takes d4, the pawn on e4 covers up the knight's only 2 escape squares, and the pawn on h3 covers its 3rd escape square. Crazy.
Yeah, it's honestly a bit tragic. It's Shakespearean even. I think, yeah, again, the time difference here tells the story for me personally, because when he made that decision, he was no longer comfortably ahead on the clock. And again, that's where the mistakes happen. And so he's going to have to do a better job of keeping that time advantage healthy.
And he thought that knight on e3 was completely safe, and it looked safe. It was defended by a dark squared bishop, and because white does not possess a dark squared bishop, he thought that mechanism, that defensive construction was watertight, but nothing is ever watertight against Hikaru Nakamura. The game isn't totally over. Fabi's still trying to stir up some complications with this interesting move g5. His idea, clearly, f takes g5, bishop c7. There's actually a really devilish trap here that I'll play on the board really quickly. F takes g5, bishop c7 doesn't look all that dangerous because of rook takes e3. But if you keep calculating, the rooks are aligned, and black picks off the exchange with bishop to f4. So there is quite a bit to think about here for Hikaru Nakamura, who doesn't touch that with a 10-foot pole and instead eliminates the c4 pawn, forcing the exchange of knights while he's at it.
And g5 is a really creative idea, but I'm a little disappointed he went for that, because there were a lot of endgames there, if an exchange down, where if he maintained his pawn structure, a healthy pawn structure on the king side, he would have had drawing chances. And so this one now, with the structure being compromised the way it is, it's going to be a lot harder to hold. And I think Naka's going to nestle his king on f3 at some point. He's going to go king g2, king f3. He's going to eventually make inroads on both the queen side and the king side, and it's going to be a wrap.
There's too many pawns on the board. If there were no queen side pawns, there would be very serious drawing chances. But as long as Hikaru can keep at least 2 of his pawns alive, I think that given black's clock situation, this is a virtually indefensible position. We see Hikaru throwing in that check on g2, driving the king back to f8, and using his rooks, activating them to the maximum, but you see
Hold
something.
on, bishop d4. Yeah, I was thinking maybe bishop d4 in combination with, or bishop e3. It's the more pawns come off the board, the better the drawing chances are for black. So I'm a little surprised that Naka parted with the a pawn.
Yeah, now it's a 2-on-2 on the king side. Now the a pawn is completely inconsequential. I think that pawn can be surrounded and captured whenever white wants it. But look at Hikaru, rook g5, and black is completely paralyzed. Black is just, there's too many threats here, and he's also dropping a bunch of pawns on the king side. Now it's over.
Yeah, and again, that g5 move really did turn the game from the ease of conversion perspective, because when black had the pawns on f7, if black had the pawns on f7, g6, and h7 on the light squares, complementing the dark square bishop, it would have been much harder for white to make inroads. And so this one, Fabi tried to solve the defensive problem tactically, and I think that plays into Naka's hands.
But this is so frustrating, just Casa, to go, and we see again e4, h6, and now a transposition into a Caro-Kann. What's so frustrating about this is how it all seems to come down to these individual moments. Fabi playing another sparkling positional game. He outplayed Hikaru in the early middle game. He got himself what looked like a completely risk-free endgame. He got that knight to b3. He did everything right, and then all it takes is one seemingly small oversight, and the game turns at the drop of a hat. It's a 2-point lead for Hikaru, and the fact remains, in every one of these games, Fabi has been, at the very least, clearly better. That's what makes Hikaru's lead so debilitating. You'd almost rather get crushed in these games so that you didn't have to regret your individual moves.
Yeah, and it's funny here, this Caro-Kann position we have, I'm getting shades of Kramnik Leko in the last game of their World Championship match, which took on a very similar advanced Caro-Kann structure with G4 and H4. And the reason that bishop on would drop back to D7 after being attacked was because if the bishop went to H7 instead and maintained on that diagonal, there's this E6 pawn sacrifice, which is really adversarial to deal with over the board.
Great point, and that is indeed the reason Black has solidified his center and kept White's pawns at bay. Okay, so we see with his last move, Black is trying to win back the pawn that has been, hopefully for Black, temporarily sacrificed, but sometimes permanently sacrificed. Knight d7, and if White wants, he can cling on to the c5 pawn with this move, b2, b4. You also, whatever you do, do not blunder queen a5 check. Casa, I feel like for newer players, this is maybe the most commonly overlooked fork, the queen check on a5. Even a lot of GMs forget about that check. So many games have been decided by that fork, as we see Caruana defends against queen a5, but does give back the c5 pawn.
Yeah, and the problem with basically giving the c5 pawn back comfortably is that you essentially just are left with a sea of weaknesses. G4 and H4 are a bit more of an overextension than real tangible attack right now. And the really cool thing is if White exchanges on c5 and then takes on d7, the king on d7 is actually quite secure. The knight can come to e7. You can imagine the rooks actually get connected in kind of creative but still legitimate way. And again, the time situation, 1 minute up on the clock for Naka, that's going to matter.
No, his time management is absolutely exquisite. He's put so much pressure on the board and on the clock in all of these games. And I'm with you. I think the worst of Black's problems are behind him. I think Fabi had this opportunity to play b2, b4, and that would have been the principled approach, because you'd almost rather give up the e5 pawn than the c5 pawn. But that ship has sailed. We have a completely new pawn structure. Fabi has to complete his development with knight f3, but the reason he's pausing, I think, is he's trying to evaluate who bishop takes e3 benefits, because White would have to capture back with the f-pawn. I actually like that transformation for White, because White would have had this opportunity to use the pawn as a battering ram. But look at Hikaru inducing a weakness of the f5 square, and now he's going to quickly bring his knight over to that outpost and later on recapture on h5.
Yeah, I actually thought the whole point with taking on c5 and playing f4 was to try and get rook h3, rook c3, and try to play it dynamically there. Bring the rook along the third rank. That ship is clearly sailed, and basically the knight on f5 is so superior to its counterpart, and that's why Black, is better here. Although taking on h5 was not necessary. The pawn h5 was not very great, and the rooks now being split does give Black a little bit of time, give White a little bit of time to maybe right the ship, at least in the short term. Long term, the structure is a problem.
That pawn on h5, though, it's like when you go to a drive-thru and you promise yourself you won't eat in the car, but by the time you get home, you realize that you've got no French fries left, and half the burger has been consumed. That's it's hard to keep that pawn alive for very long. And you called it, Casa. Rook h3 comes a little bit later, perhaps, than we expected, but rook c3 is now a huge threat. It skewers the queen to the rook. So Hikaru presumably will either move his queen or move this rook to higher ground on c6. I like a move like queen to b5, keeping the queen in the general vicinity of the queen side. He drops it back to e7, also solid. And I think we might see one of those collinear moves like rook c6 or rook c7, because, okay, he gives up the c-file, but now I like the placement of Fabi's queen. I think Hikaru's point is that there are no infiltration squares down the c-file. And the rook on d1 is kind of a, awkwardly placed there. What is it doing, right? It's kind of biting on granite on d5.
Yeah, I must say I do not like the rook trade. I think every piece trade is helping Black considerably, and the pawn structure on White's pawn structure on the king side is really not a sight for sore eyes. I always like to say with pawn structures, pawns are kind of like kids on a field trip. They got to hold hands in the public places or bad things are going to happen. And so these pawns aren't holding hands. F4 is weak, H4 is weak. This isn't ideal long term.
That's a great analogy. And Black's pawns, they're kids on a field trip that are behaving themselves. They're holding hands as they cross the road, especially if Black plays the move g6, completing the, as my coach would say, completing the architectural design, but beautifying Black's position to the maximum. But Fabi using some tactics to keep the h4 pawn protected. Knight takes h4 there would have run into the nasty move rook h1. So I was half joking about g6, but the additional benefit of that move is that it does potentially reinforce the threat of knight takes h4. I think the trend of the game, the last couple of moves, has been moving in Fabi's direction. He's found a way to activate his queen. I think he should activate it further with queen a7. And now, for the first time in this middle game, he's got concrete threats against Black's king with the very nasty prospect of something like queen b8 check and queen f8 looming large.
Yeah, and I think now is the time, to try to activate that rook with rook d3, rook c3, try to get the rook in the game. Long term, you'll also consider, I was going to say, a4, a3, just giving your king luft. We saw that in previous games where Fabi held off on that. And now it's just a matter of getting that rook in. And if that rook can invade on c3 or b3, the structure will collapse on the queen side, Black's pawn structure specifically, and maybe even the king on e8.
Yeah, this is a much bigger threat than it seems to be, right? Because you might think from a distance, the rook gets to c3, I move my queen away. But no, then white would have infiltrated to b8. And that is the reason why Hikaru has brought more security to the king side. And he's done it, I suppose that is the queen side. He's brought his knight to c6, covering up the c file. Of course, he has completely relinquished his hopes and dreams of ultimately picking off white's pawns, or not, as he uses his rook to fulfill that obligation. What about rook c3, Casa, rook takes f4, knight d4? I think that might put Black on the brink of disaster.
Vicious tactics, to be sure, but I actually do like this rook f5 move from a practical perspective because it was going to take way too long to do anything else, and he misses it. Fabi misses that opportunity. But that rook f5 was a really, really good practical decision because otherwise rook at h5 was not participating.
I'm going to rewind really quickly and really quickly show what was missed exactly. Rook to c3, such a hard move to play because you part ways with a bunch of your pawns. This is the move that was missed. Knight to d4, rook takes d4, there's queen takes d4, and Black's queen is undefended. White wins in exchange. If Black tries to protect the knight with king d7, then after the trade, the queen side opens up. Now White plays the move rook to b3 with the unstoppable infiltration of the queen to a7 and the rook to either the 7th or the 8th rank. And of course, the fact that Fabi has played a3 would come in so handy in disarming any potential check. So that was missed. We go back to the live position. I still think that Fabi is, at the very least, not worse. Probably better.
No, there's still pressure here that it's now going to come down to the skirmish on the clock. And I think Naka's doing a great job of making the inroads difficult, frankly. So really trying to figure out how to get in here is going to be key. And I would actually throw an h5 if I was white. Throw an h5, maybe h6 could be timely. Maybe that knight on g5 somehow accesses the f6 square. You got to try.
We both got really wide-eyed at the possibility of an outpost on f6. Yeah, you got to be careful, though. h5, there might be knight takes e5. Currently, the knight on g5, speaking of holding hands, several different pawns are holding its hand. Queen g4 is a great move by Caruana, preparing to drag the rook back to the king side. And are there tactics now with knight takes e6,
knight e6
and rook takes b7? It wins the game.
Come on, he's got to see
that one.
We have to see this one, Fabi.
And
let's go.
Did.
And he finds it. Okay.
What a move. And look at his whole board awareness, using both sides of the board as his canvas. And now the mate threat is devastating. Knight e7, Casa. Rook takes e7.
Rook takes e7.
Pow.
And that king on b1 is extremely secure. You can see the value of the escape square being made before the skirmish happens. There's no chance to hold this queen endgame.
Absolutely not. There's no perpetual. The f-pawn is completely safely defended. The one thing you want to avoid with white, I think, is queen takes a6, because that gives Hikaru a serious fighting chance. It will give him a pass pawn of his own. Fabi has to avoid getting nervous here. I'm always so nervous. Everybody's nervous when they're winning against Hikaru, but this is basic Betty.
I must say, I was a little surprised f5 wasn't played there a moment ago, just eliminating the f and g pawns. But alas, I mean, this is still a dominant position, although a5, a4 might create some confusion. So still work to be done.
Yeah, there's that common cliche, it's never over till it's over. It's not never over till the score sheets are signed. I try to avoid those cliches when possible. Against Hikaru, all of those cliches aren't just true, but they have to be repeated over and over again. I think people new to chess, it's impossible to understand how resilient Hikaru is until you see it in action. But a position like this, there's only so much you can do. You literally have one piece left. And as long as Fabi can dodge the checks successfully, which he's not doing a great job of thus far, he should be able to push this pawn one square further.
Easier said than done, although this white king
doing?
is zigzagging up the board.
No, but
it doesn't seem to be working.
Queen F7. Oh my God. And he's down to 10 seconds. You called it. The clock situation's starting to hurt him now. He's got to go back to B5 and back to A4 and back to B3.
Exactly.
Oh, he triple repeated.
No
way.
Oh, that is a huge turn. And Naka realized he got away with one. But you know what happens so often, Danya, is when you have these positions where you're clearly winning and you're dominant, a lot of times you can slip into passivity. And it's happened in my own classical games where you have a position that's comfortable and you just start making all these defensive and prophylactic moves. There was no reason for Fabi to curl into a ball there.
Nope.
And I think the moment he curled into a ball was when he defended the F-pawn with Queen D4 instead of pressing onward with F5, eliminating the pawns and pressing forward. All those moves were King A2, B3, it was all so conservative, and that's why Naka hung around.
You're exactly right, Casa. F5 would have traded that last pair of pawns. It would have allowed him to devote his full attention to the other side of the board. And he accidentally, for players who didn't understand what happened there, when you repeat a position 3 times, when the same position appears on the board 3 times, that is an automatic draw. Over the board, you actually have to claim the draw. You have to pause the clock and call a tournament director and say, hey, this position was repeated thrice. I'm claiming a draw. Online, the draw is claimed automatically. That is perhaps the biggest heartbreaker of the 5+1 segment. That just can't happen. You can't leave points like that on the table against Hikaru. Wow, what a crazy game that was. And what do we have here? Another crazy game with one knight H3.
Yeah, this one took on the character of sort of like a knight ready, but with a Jagoran style response with his knight on C6. And I'd expect to see knight B4 sooner rather than later for black, trying to at least provoke rook C1, and then maybe you get in the C5 break manually. Because a good rule of thumb for folks in non-E4 openings, so D4, C4, is to not put your knight in front of the C pawn, because typically the action tends to be on the C and D files, although both sides broke that rule here.
Want to hear a pun that I just cooked up in the last 5 seconds? What did Richard's mom tell him when they were playing hide and seek? Retty or not, here I come.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
And of course, Retty's first name was Richard. He was a early 20th century player and opening analyst, one of the best in the world. Again, I like the way that this has unfolded for Hikaru Nakamura. I'm going to pretend I never said anything. That pawn on H4 is now a long-term weakness. Fabi ironically pushed it to H4 to produce weaknesses on White's side, but I think it's almost had the opposite effect of strengthening White's kingside pawn chain.
Yeah, it's a funny position because I think you really have to ask yourself with black, what are you going to do with your king? I think if you go kingside, then the pawn is just on H4 can easily be captured. And so I think black actually has to wait a little bit with their king before, and clarify the situation. That's why we see knight D7 here. Basically saying, I need to eliminate that dark square bishop.
And you know what else is tilting about this position? We're likely to see after the trade on E7, castle's queenside for Fabi, and Hikaru will very clearly then start attacking with the classic, B4 and B5 type moves. If you look at the other side of the board, it's very, very difficult for black to pop open the king side, because anytime in the long run that you play the move F7, F5, white could meet it with G4, G5, actually using that knight as a good defensive piece to keep the king side closed. But we're not there yet, and Hikaru just blundered a pawn in one move.
And he was being a little bit too clever there. That was
cheeky, man.
Yeah, that was needless. That was quite a French retreat, if I say so myself.
French retreat. I was just showing really quickly on the analysis board what happens. Let me show that again. Queen takes D4. For newer players, anytime there's alignment of your king and the queen, they're on the same diagonal, you have to watch out for pins. Hey, it's not letting me play queen takes G7. That's because that is illegal, and white drops the queen. But the game is only beginning, Kaza. Yeah, he lost a pawn in the center, but immediately striking back with E4, and Fabi cannot rest on his laurels here. And I think that's exactly what he's doing, is resting on his laurels.
I don't know, knight e5 was a bit of a troubling move because the knight is just going to be loose there. It's going to be attacked in short order, whether it's by f4 or bishop f4. So just not a great square for it. But Knight g5 is a bit surprising as well because the knight on g5 doesn't seem that secure to me either. But it's a mess. It's a mess. And I think I like the time situation. Again, I'm going to keep saying it. Right now, the time situation is excellent. Let's keep it that way. But now knight takes f3 might be a tactic.
Knight takes f3, and there's bishop takes e4 in some versions, but that has to be calculated. And I could envision myself spending, 25 minutes in a position like this in a classical game. In the context of a 5+1 game, Fabi has to trust his instinct. Okay, currently the knight on d4 is hanging. That's like the only observation that I can make. h3, counterattacking the bishop, and he's trying to deflect the knight casa. I think your idea, knight takes f3 check, Fabi's trying to find the right opportunity to snap that pawn off the board and remove the defender of the e4 knight. But
this is one of those moves where the eval, to me, doesn't tell the whole story because honestly, it's just kind of a nice move to throw in and activate that h8 rook because it didn't seem like black was going to be keen on castling kingside. So even though Naka's bobbing and weaving right now, I still like the h3 decision.
I don't know. And maybe I'm being too much of a slave to the eval bar. But, the problem here is that after queen takes d4, bishop takes d4, there's also the attack on g7. And it's not entirely clear where this knight should go. If the knight jumps into c4, white can chase it away with b3 and then reestablish. No, after bishop takes g7, white will be a pawn up. But queen d5 is an amazing move. It's a collinear move. Fabi says, I'm down for the queen trade, but you're going to have to do it on my terms.
Yeah, and I think, again, now we're finally going to maybe have that king on e8 evacuate to the queen side, get those rooks connected. The bishop pair will be the long-term trump. I know that's wild to say in a 5-minute game, but there is some long-term potential here for black, and I think Fabi needs to maintain the time advantage, and he's sinking under. He needs to make a move in the next 10 to 15 seconds. Complicated.
What does he do? Because right now Hikaru's threatening to take twice casa. Castle's queenside would have walked into queen takes a7. He finds the only way to keep the advantage. Knight c4 is an excellent move.
Wow.
Queen takes d5, knight takes e3, picks up the bishop and wins a minor piece. So Hikaru will likely drop it back to c1. And the craziness continues as the queens are finally swapped.
Yeah, and I think now, it's going to be a bit more of a stable position. b5, it justifies the knight's position here, but it's so radical. It reminds me of the g5 move we saw in another game Fabi played, where he just kind of broke out. That b pawn holds together the constellation of pawns on the queen side. So, what I said about the kids on the field trip, I just don't like it long term, but maybe it's justified.
I think he's just really trying to establish that clamp on white's position, prevent this bishop from coming out to e3 or potentially f4. And obviously the move b3 has to be seriously evaluated by Nakamura, but I don't think that the pawn sacrifice on a3 would be justified because that knight on a3 would be a lot safer than it looks. It could be supported by the b pawn. Now, really quick detour. I mentioned collinear moves several times. What is a collinear move? People in the chat are asking. It's when two pieces are staring at each other and you make a move along that file or diagonal, but without capturing the opposing side's piece. So, for example, if black's rook were on d8, a collinear move would be rook d8 to d6. So you're not taking the rook on d4. You're moving somewhere along that file or diagonal. Okay, Hikaru has played b3 casa. What do you make of that pawn sacrifice? Are you with me are you skeptical about this?
Yeah, I mean, Naka's going all in right now, and it's really going to come down to the next 5 moves or so. If, Naka manages to break through, his pieces are extremely active, and if he manages to break through, it's going to be now. If not, if Fabi survives this next juncture, he's going to have the 2 bishops, he's going to be up material, and in that sense, I'm looking to trade pieces now. So I'd consider a move even like rook d8, trading my passive rook for his active rook. F5 doesn't trap my bishop. I could take once and then put the bishop on h5, and so that's the direction I would consider.
That's such an important point. The fact that f5, which looks really scary, it makes a lot of noise, but it's largely a paper tiger. E takes f5, opens up the h5 square for the bishop. But Fabi, I'm going to take a page out of your book. Look at the clock. He's down to 45 seconds, and he simplifies the game. He trades on e4, but now f5 is, I think, a much more serious threat with the pin against the king. Maybe you just castle here.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, you castle.
Wow.
It's good, excellent timing, and I'm going to take on f5 too, and then play bishop b2, And f6 is just not going to happen. And then I'm going to march my a pawn, a5, a4, and the bishop excellently supports an attack and defense.
First, you have to protect the b5 pawn, and he does. Fabi, by the way, is handling this endgame with filigree precision. Hikaru's still trying to stir up complications, stir up some semblance of counterplay, but I don't see anything going for white on the other side of the board. I think bishop b2 might win the game.
Yeah, and basically, Naka cannot allow a5, a4, but it seems like he is. So this should be his game.
Whoa.
Do not allow knight e7, rook h5.
That was an Anastasia's mate. Now Hikaru is going to grab the pawn on b5, Casa, and I think he's going to bring his knight back and give it up for the a pawn. And the game is far from over. I think white does have serious drawing chances here by setting up some sort of a fortress and trying to get the pawns off the board.
Only because it's a blitz game. Otherwise, the f pawn, if it remains an f pawn, and that's what Fabi is doing by recapturing the king and not the pawn, it will be enough to win the game. This bishop on b2 is excellent.
It is indeed. And what's not excellent, white's king on f3 could potentially get caught in some sort of a mating attack if black doubles rooks on the first rank. Black also has to find a good spot for his bishop and prevent white from generating counterplay by doubling on the 7th rank. So there's a lot of moving parts here to take care of for Fabi. It's an all-out time scramble. Will he be able to win this with under 20 seconds on his clock?
What bothers me just a little bit is you should be playing moves on instinct here because it's essentially a 2 results game. And so to me, these 5-second things are just not worth it. And trading a pair of rooks here dims black's attacking chances. I would not go for that.
I agree. I think this dims black's chances. It raises the influence exerted by white's connected passers. Yes, they're currently restrained by black's bishop, but it's not enough to restrain them. You also have to go after the g4 pawn, and Hikaru is starting to stir up serious counterplay. Oh my gosh, I think this is heading in the direction of a draw now.
Yeah.
F5.
Yeah.
But still.
And here, now the g pawn will be a factor as well.
White could lose this.
Yeah, it's a race.
Bishop d4, though, picks up the pawn. Big move. Oh!
Rook takes g7. There we go. And then you hold the pin.
But can you trade and go c5?
Oh, no.
And he missed it, but it's still going. b7, rook b6.
Why not rook g2 check? That was weird to me.
Rook g2, rook b2 would have been faster. Yep, he's got it.
All right, this is a key game for Fabi to hold on to. So we're just waiting with bated breath here.
Trying. Now he's got it. Bishop
e5
and
f4 consolidates. Huge win for Fabi there. Huge win, and really handled the complications well. I mean, the bishop b2, a5, a4 sequence, job well done. The difference there was he wasn't lower on time than Naka in the scramble, and he left himself enough to finish off the tricks, which we know will come.
That's such a confidence booster because he actually won, and bishop f5 is not a tilt move. That is a classic Hikaruism. Queen a5 check will pick this bishop back up. Black simplifying the game and kind of reaching a very, very solid Scandi Caro-Kann type structure. But man, that's got to be a confidence. That's got to feel good. Finally, Hikaru is punished for his dubious opening play, and it's only a 1-point match. You know, we've sung Hikaru's praises in terms of his ability to defend and ultimately win a lot of these dubious positions, but Fabi's level of play has been very, very high.
Yeah, it must be said. Again, Fabi's a great player, so it's actually not surprising that he's going to get great positions. Well, this one with the king on d7,
great position.
This is asking for it, and Fabi's got to win this one. Frankly, he's got to win this one. Castle long, I would say here, and get this going, get this show going.
I have to show a really sexy line. If instead of e6, if we could pull up an analysis
Rook d8.
board. Yeah, I saw this and I'm like, man, I gotta show. I can't pass this up. Queen takes d8, a double attack on a5, and there's a lot of famous games that have ended in this way. Classic puzzle rush tactic, and the king cannot escape to b7 or to c7. That would have resulted in checkmate, and instead we see e6 from Hikaru Nakamura, forcing the queen back and opening up a development square for the bishop.
Yeah,
bishop c3, bishop f6.
Yeah, interesting position here. I'm very surprised. I thought black was going to go f6 and king f7 and try to make it out that way. This one is going to be excellent. If white gets the rook h1 to e1, Sometimes even rook takes e6 might work if that queen on a6 ever gets too far. And
But Casa,
a3, that's
too
slow. A3 is
passive.
very slow.
But
Yeah.
even king b1, there was no need to play king b1. The pawn on a2 was safely defended by the queen. I think if Fabi had simply doubled rooks on the d file and infiltrated to d7, he would have won this game within a couple of moves. Why is he wasting time on these slow prophylactic moves, giving Hikaru a chance to activate his own rook and now generate counterplay that is seriously counterbalancing White's play in the center?
Yeah, puzzling. And I think the thing is, you have to understand when you're playing chess, whether you have short-term trumps or long-term trumps. Sometimes you can have both, but a lot of White's advantage here lied in the advantage and lead development and the safer king, and these were short-term trumps. And so those prophylactic moves didn't aid in the task of kind of prosecuting the advantage that White actually had. That's why the eval bar has diminished.
Well said, and it's diminishing even further after this accurate move by Hikaru Nakamura, queen c4, essentially either forcing a queen trade or, my instinct would be to play queen takes b7 and allow queen takes c2 check, which is less scary than it looks because White plays king a1. But in that position, Black can then drop back, for example, to c6 or to c7 and smoke the queen out of b7. I think we're going to get just that. Queen c7, there we go. And Black has solved all of his problems.
Yeah, the funny thing is, if you ask yourself whose king is actually safer here, I actually would contend that it'll be Black's if it's able to nestle onto g7, because White's majority on the queen side is not going to be convenient to take advantage of with the king on a1.
But that was an excellent retreating move by Fabi. Queen f3, hit the f6 pawn, forced the king to actively participate in the defense of that pawn. But it's still very safe on e7, surrounded by this pawn cocoon. That's like a bumper on a car. I would feel very, very safe surrounded by my faithful bodyguards on, f7, f6, and e6.
And important to note that the reason that Naka didn't play f5 is because it's so critical that this rook on g5 swings along the fifth rank into the game. So you really need to keep the pawn on f6 until that happens.
And surgical precision, case in point, rook gc5 threatening rook c2. You called it, Casa. White's king is actually far from safe here.
Yeah, and honestly, it's almost in that two results range type of game for me, where it's like a win for Black or a draw for Black, because Black's king is quite secure, and I can even anticipate Black playing a5 here at some point, maybe even a4, putting the clamps on White's queenside majority. It's just going to be tough to defend.
Hikaru loves moves like a7, a5 because they're open-ended moves and they set up long-term tactical chances. If you advance this pawn to a4, you get the anchor square for the queen on b3. So if White's king ever moves up to a2, there could have been a check on b3. But Hikaru with the immediate queen b3, what an intrepid move. Queen d6 check would have scared a lot of people away from that move, but the king just drops back to e8. And if White gives another check on d7, that's not a perpetual check. Black will make his way to g7. I think Hikaru is playing this position for a win.
Yeah, and White is starting to have there's more money, more problems. This is more weak squares, more problems, because White's queen side is just Swiss cheese again. Those light squares are weak. The king essentially has back rank problems.
It most certainly does. Fabi paying the price, essentially the entire middle game, for making those slow moves. King b1 and a3. And he's paying the price for a3 directly because he weakened the b3 square. Now Black is exploiting it as a stationing point for his queen. Now rook d5, it should be pointed out, runs into queen takes d5. Black could actually garner two rooks for a queen there with rook c1 check, but that does not seem particularly appealing. There's that a5 move we talked about. Hikaru continuing to apply pressure.
I'll say this, Danya. At any point, Black can transition to a rook endgame with queen takes d1 and rook c1 check. And so I think basically fixing the White queenside majority is so important. And here we go.
Great call.
It was not the ideal circumstance to do it just now, I would say. I would say you would have liked to have made more improving moves like a4 and h5 and f5. But still, Black is totally fine.
I think this game is likely to end in a draw. White's idea is very clear. White wants to play b4, but he wants to do it under the right circumstances. You would love to cut off Black's king from the queen side with a move like rook c3. Instead, Fabi brings his king closer to the center. Maybe I'm biased by the clock situation and by the fact that Hikaru is Hikaru, but I feel like black's position is still preferable here.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that black hasn't played h5, just kind of fixing the g3 pawn as a backward pawn and a potential target later. The debate here, I think, is whether to go a4 or to play a takes b4. I think that's why Naka's thinking.
I think that's exactly what he's contemplating. A4 does fix this weakness on A3. On the other hand, it creates a weakness of black's own, so you have to calculate, the king march to B5. In some situations, black might even want to sacrifice that A pawn and try to get the king closer to the center. It's a very complicated endgame. Probably a draw objectively, but after something like king D5, the ball is definitely in white's court here, I think.
Yeah, and a lot of times rooks behind pawns as attackers or defenders are ideal. And this rook on g2, this black rook can go rook g1, maybe to rook b1, get behind the pawn. Rooks that are in horizontal positions aren't usually ideal, and that's why I would say black's rook is a little bit better, although that might change shortly.
Hikaru is going to win a pawn on the king side, but it did come at the cost of his pawn structure. B5 check, a great defensive move, jettisoning the pawn and getting the rook over to h5, eliminating one of black's passed pawns. This is going to be a draw. Even without white's h-pawn, this would be, at this point, a draw. He can choose between rook f5 and rook h5.
Yeah, and if you could choose between going for a rook pawn or a non-rook pawn, you choose the non-rook pawn in most instances, because the h-pawn that black may be left with is really, really hard to queen. And there's always these ideas where you're a pawn down, it's kind of irrelevant. Although there's still a little bit of care here. Opposition, it becomes a theme, but this
king f2 is a threat. Now, f5 would lose the game because of king f2 and rook h4 mate. It's never too late to lose. Obviously, Fabi was not born yesterday. He gets technically this is a Philidor position, but it's a complete moot point with the h-pawn. We're going to see a draw in the final game of the 5+1 segment. Hikaru maintains his lead at 1 point, Casa.
Yeah, very, very riveting play. I think it was so important for Fabi to stabilize. These last few games, he did do that. He won a game he needed to win. He held this position where he really was in, I would say, the wrong side of it the latter half of the game. So still everything to play for into the 3+1 portion.
Absolutely. This has been a close match. It's featured some really, really cool openings. And wow, so much to talk about, so much to play for in the next segment. We'd like to thank our sponsor, Coinbase. And if by any chance you wish that your financial systems were as fast and as smart as the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, well, look no further than Coinbase. They can be. Check out Coinbase.com/update the system. That's Coinbase.com/update the system. Check that out today, or use !Coinbase in the chat to learn more. Well, we will learn more about this match because after a short break, we will get to the 3+1 segment. I think we need more of the same from Fabi. He's doing everything right. He needs to be fast. He needs to be good. And we will see if he is up to the challenge here at the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We'll be right back.
We're here in Toronto for the Global Championship. I got Fabiano Caruana with me. You don't need to talk yet. I got James Canty. We're going to see who recognizes these guys out of the random passerbys, and we're going to ask them some fun questions about chess. For $5, do you know who this is? No? Okay.
Actor.
An actor. When you see this guy, any idea who he is?
Somebody very famous.
Mm-hmm. He is.
Rabba.
This is actually 50 Cent's brother. His name is Daryl.
That's right.
Goes by 75. You want to play chess? Okay.
So what, is he a player or something of chess?
He is a chess player. I'm not, but he is.
I play on the side.
Yeah.
I've been taking some coaching lessons from
Yeah.
Grandmaster Canty over here recently.
Guy over here.
Calculation over everything.
What's your name again, sir?
My name is Jamie.
What's your name? I already know it.
It's Daniel.
Yeah. Daniel Naroditsky. Okay. There it is.
Come on.
On the attack, baby. On the attack. If he wins, I know the guys at Chess.com will get him a diamond membership.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something you want?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Look at you. Look, is this a London? Yo, we got a pro here with the London.
Full on London.
How'd it go?
I won.
You won the game.
You won. Okay.
You won. That's great.
Hey, good game. All right. I should have said youtube.com/CSQpod. What is the URL? Just YouTube?
I actually don't remember.
Okay. look at the pod.
Become Chessable's next best-selling author. Enter the 2023 Create Your Own Course Challenge and earn a shot at $5,000. Here's your chance to bring that course in you to life. Share your passion for chess on an international scale and bank while doing it. Zero course creation experience? No problem. Grandmaster Maurice Ashley will show you the contest mechanics. Then our team will guide you through the publishing process, step by step, like we've done for over 250 authors. And best of all, the winner will have their course presented by Grandmaster Maurice Ashley himself. Visit chessable.com/create to join. The premier online speed chess tournament. A knockout filled with tension, drama, quick tactics, and shocking moments.
Oh my gosh!
For the last 7 years and counting, the best blitz and bullet players in the world have flocked to Chess.com to prove their worth at this format. Excitement reigns every year, with major upsets and intense battles. This year, 12 invitees and 4 qualifiers face off for the title. Dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
Hikaru made over! He wins the Speed Chess Championship his 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King? It's time to find out. Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
Okay, back we are at the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Hikaru Nakamura takes on Fabiano Caruana in our second match of the day. The morning match featured a scintillating win by Jan Nepomniachtchi over Archon Erigaisi to complete the first round of matchups. Currently, Hikaru holds a 1-point lead. International Master Casa Corley, we've gotten everything that we could have asked for in this first 90 minutes.
Yeah, no question. It's a tight match. And this 3+1 portion is really going to tell the story because I think Fabi has to come out of this with a slight lead going into the bullet phase. So he's going to have to play even faster and more deliberately in this segment.
We've also seen really interesting opening choices by Hikaru Nakamura. He's been doing that quite a bit more recently in Title Tuesdays and Bullet Brawls. We've seen our share of corner pawn moves. And, you know, Fabi, he's done a pretty decent job of punishing Hikaru in the opening, but he hasn't capitalized on some of those tactical opportunities that he had in the early middle game. There was that heartbreaker where he lost a knight in the end game. But when all is said and done, a 1-point deficit is not a bad place to be, and you want to keep it close if you're the underdog. As we see Hikaru vibing to imaginary music, he seems confident, but so does Fabi. Fabi has been in pretty good spirits, Casa. He's been relaxed, he's been relatively fast, and he just needs more where that came from in the next hour.
Yeah, and it's really funny to see Naka bobbing about because you just wonder what's going on there. But I think the adjustment, if there's an adjustment that Fabi ought to make, it's that in a lot of these H6 and A6 positions he's getting to play on the white side of against Naka that, you know, Naka's throwing out there. He ought to not trade as many minor pieces. I see a lot of positions where he trades multiple pairs of minor pieces early, and then Black tends to stabilize. And in a lot of positions, when you have space and you have this lean development, you want to keep pieces on the board, and you want to keep that confusion on the board because pieces, when you have a lot of minor pieces or in your Black space, it's kind of like being in a crowded room. Like the BO is bad, it's hard to move around, and that's really what's happening when he gets these games. So, got to keep some pieces on the board.
Got to keep some pieces on the board. He keeps his opening choices from one segment to the other. We will have an hour, folks, and the time control transitions to 3 minutes per side with a 1 second increment. That is the Title Tuesday time control. This is a familiar position. Another one knight H3. And this time, Fabi changing his approach a little bit. He still drove his pawn down to H4, but this time he got that King's Indian structure pretty early on, and he initiated it himself by playing D4. What do you make of this?
Yeah, so both sides have some trumps. Black has the E5 square and the G5 square. And, frankly, maybe even the H3 was not a lever I'd consider, but now even the H4 square. And so these are really nice inroads for Black's pieces. And he's basically banking on those inroads working out before White's able to gin up any real counterplay in the center and in the F-file. So I like the start here. Knight H4 looks menacing.
Man, I really don't know why Hikaru is doing this to himself, but his position is absolutely miserable. And I think there's a very effective plan here that Black could carry out, and that is to drop the bishop back to D6. I would start with this move anyway. I don't like knight takes G2. I feel like he's releasing the tension, and he's doing what you said he should avoid, trading pieces and playing a little bit too straightforwardly here. Although I still think he's got a big initiative. Maybe he's banking on the move Queen H4. But it doesn't really threaten anything, Casa, because the H3 and the G4 squares are both protected by White's knight.
And the funny thing about it is bishop D6 could have been played before knight takes G2, and you would have had bishop takes H2 ideas in the position as well. So a little bit of a premature releasing of the tension there, although Black still has an edge and has got to try and gin up some play along the H file.
And that's what he's trying to do. He's massing his pieces on the king side. Hikaru just very calmly just kind of building a tent on the king side. H3 is a nice defensive move. It solidifies the pawn on G4. And I think his next move is going to be knight D2 to F3. When Black's initiative on the king side, well, it's already starting to peter out. And if it peters out, White is up a pawn.
Yeah, do not trade here. Go knight G6. Keep those. Oh, maybe knight G6 runs into bishop G5, frankly.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
you gotta feel reluctant to continue exchanging pieces. It's not the way.
Well, if you are going to exchange, you definitely shouldn't do it on F3. You should play C5. Yeah, he does play knight G6, and we are likely going to see the bishop deployed to G5. It doesn't trap the queen. I mean, the queen has E6, but then you might also drop the D4 pawn. And it feels like things are starting to get a little bit out of control here for Fabi in this first game of the 3-minute
that's
segment.
That's why we reluctantly pulled back for a moment after knight g6, because this bishop g5 move is menacing. Even, I don't know, king f1, yeah, this is what I was going to go for. The king is very snug on f1. It's amazing. Most of the entry squares on white side of the board are actually covered. And this queen has to leave the f-file. And one other thing I'd add, actually, this knight f4 looks really scary. But when you're 3 squares horizontally or vertically from a knight, it's actually, you're pretty secure.
You're totally secure. The knight has no checks. And look at what's happening now. e5 sliced off the connection between the bishop and the knight. Fabi had to drop his knight back to e6. That was the only move to counterattack the bishop. He's blundered this response, queen to e1, pinning the bishop with the queen. And if Fabi now goes f6, Hikaru would have still captured on e5 and won a bunch of material. Instead, Fabi jettisons the bishop, but he's got very little to show for it, I think, after queen takes e5. He probably wants f6 there, but the queen could even drop back and take d4 and hit the bishop.
Yeah, this one has not gone the way Fabi would have liked it to thus far, and the time tells the story again. This segment, he's got to be faster and more principled, and so this one, Naka's just trying to figure out, which way he wants to win, because there are many roads to Rome here.
Yeah, knight takes e5 and knight takes d7 also works. There's a really cool line, actually, which Hikaru is carrying out. Knight takes d7, knight e4, and the point is that queen d5, which would otherwise trap the knight, runs into knight d to f6 check. Look at the way that Hikaru's knights are cooperating. Black's got all of his pieces on good squares, and yet there is no easy way for Fabi to continue his initiative. I think that he's going to lose this once the knight evacuates back to c5.
Yeah, and again, like you said, the business squares are covered. And it's funny, a lot of times when you're considering inroads and counterplay for your opponent, just look at the squares on your side of the board. Like if you're white, 1 to 4, you're black, 5 to 8, and consider how many of those squares on your side of the board aren't covered. And if you consider white's position, almost every square from A1 to H1 and A4 to H4, almost every square is covered, so it makes it hard to get in there.
And they're covered because of the placement of this knight on e4. It's a monster knight on an outpost. It's secured by the g4 pawn. Black can never play f5. And at this point, there's just no compensation for the piece. I think the only chance for Black is to try to smash through with b5 and knight e3 check. But even if you're able to deliver that check, first of all, white can puck a rook on e1 and just sack the exchange on e3, which is very Hikaru-esque. But even if you just move your king away, which is what he's done, big deal. The knight lands on e3. So what? But Fabi grabbing some pawns on the queen side, still fighting.
Yeah, and I did like this queen c6 move, sneakily threatening rook takes e4 and then queen takes e4 checks. That's why Naka went for king g1, just getting out of losing the 2 knights for the rook there. Would have given Fabi a chance. Now a piece up, the pawns on the queen side are just simply irrelevant with this extra piece here.
Okay, but wait a second. Queen f2, rook e5. Fabi
knight f3, just
stirring
trade
up complications. And I don't think the queen trade is in white's favor. I think the queen trade is squarely in black's favor, because now these passed pawns start to influence the course of the game. He's taken another pawn on d3. Hikaru's trying to flag him, but Fabi now has some chances here. I still think with 7 seconds in the long run, he's going to lose, but he's doing a great job of staying afloat. Knight c5, another great move, and he's blundered g5 with check.
All right, hold on. The game has been quite a bit in the last few seconds. Now but again, the time situation will come up. Rook g2, knight f5. It's going to be tricky.
I mean, I'm really impressed with Fabi's speed and accuracy right now. He hasn't made a single blunder or big mistake in the last 15 moves. Of course, he has to avoid missing a fork, and h5 is going to be nasty. h5 is really
h6,
nasty.
h6.
Hikaru's going to win.
Yeah.
Or is he?
F5, knight e5?
Rook takes h6?
Oh, yeah, that's a problem. And he might defend this one.
He might defend it, but look at Hikaru's pieces. Storm clouds are gathering over black's pieces. He blundered a fork.
All right, we all need to take a deep breath.
We do, especially Fabi.
In and out. And yeah, again, the skirmishes are what it's going to come down to. But man, that was good defending for such a long time.
Gosh, this match has been so debilitating for Fabi. I mean, he was literally one move away there. But rook e4, such a tempting move. Get the rooks off the board. Looks like you're out of the woods. And that last retreating knight move, that's what sealed the deal. Wow.
Fabi's switching it up a little bit in terms of the development scheme. He went for this weird knight f3, e3, and then he decided to take the center. I think those moves essentially are helping Naka build a little bit more than he would be able to otherwise. These are much better than those Owen style positions he was getting before.
This is a very, very dangerous point in the match because you just lost a ultra tilting game where not only were you much better out of the opening, but then you went all the way back from a piece down position, were on the cusp of scoring the draw, and then lost. It's so easy to just tilt another game away pretty quickly. And the way that this game is going so far, I'm getting a little bit worried that we're starting to follow that narrative. Fabi trying to stir things up on the queen side. Hikaru, his intentions are very clear. I think he wants to play g4, blast open the h file, and checkmate white on the king side.
Yeah, and this bishop on e5 is just so unassailable right now. It's such a monster piece. The coupled with the knight on g6 as well, getting it on the act, it's just really dangerous. And essentially, the funny thing is when you play against these like double fianchetto type of systems, you always are shutting down one of the bishops if you advance in the middle. And I feel like he shut down the wrong bishop here because he gave up that massive outpost. The king has to evacuate. The king f1, king e2 might be in the agenda sooner rather than later.
Oh, for sure. I mean, given what's going on in the h file, well, first of all, I think Fabi has to take on g4, not so much to win a pawn, but rather to prevent queen h4. Of course, black can play rook h4, but then that square is hogged by a piece that doesn't really want to be on that square in the first place. The queen could drop back to f3. Fabi will probably play knight d4, and I think Hikaru wants to respond by moving his queen up to f6. Remember, black can also castle queenside here, and that will spell a lot of trouble. If black can get his king to safety and connect his rooks, then rook h4 and rook h8 will become a massive threat.
Yeah, even if you just imagine the rook on a8, even landing on g8, I mean, it's just terminal. I mean, frankly, it just becomes such a tragic position to play because the king is just in mortal danger. And, you know, rook h4 is a bit surprising, actually, because this might actually help black consolidate. Is there some knight e6 dynamic? No, the queen will just drop back.
Okay, so he drops back to d1. We were sort of, okay, at least I was insinuating that queen f3 is the natural move. Maybe there was a bishop h2 check, knight e5 type procedure that gave Fabi a little bit of fear there. Because he's brought his queen back to d1, I think black should definitely seize the opportunity and get his own lady up to f6, maybe potentially back to h8. So we'll likely see queen f6, knight f3, and then the rook can just move back to h5. And queen h8 is going to be a big problem there for white.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. I wouldn't be total. Whoa, he's going to take and play e5. That's maybe another way to handle this. No, okay, queen g5. What I was going to say before this skirmish was I wouldn't be totally surprised if, you know, Naka doesn't castle and just plays king e7 or king d7 to bring the rook into the game also. It's, you know, kind of a fancier way to do it, but could also be pretty effective.
Totally. I mean, the king on d7 would be completely safe. He's got this pawn cocoon that would surround the king. I totally agree. I think there isn't much of a difference between castling and playing king d7. Now, if white plays rook h1, then I think maybe your best advice to castle here and get the king further away from the center, because d takes c6 could be possible. Of course, now d takes c6 is, I think, suicidal, opening up black's bishop. Fabi, though, doing a pretty good job thus far of keeping the king side stable. Maybe he should consider a slower move like queen to d2 or, you know, even something like b4 and c5. But he tries to evacuate his king from the king side.
B2?
Will that backfire?
Yeah, why giving up the pawn on b2? That's interesting.
Pawn is a pawn.
I'm also surprised that black ceded the h file. Like, it was the transformation was quite helpful. You know, a little while ago we had a rook on h8. Now it went from h4 to h7 to g7.
Okay. And rook back to g8 now, taking the sting out of the move bishop d4, which was a huge threat that would have forked the rook and the queen. Now the queen is pretty safe on a3. It's got tons of retreating squares. It can't be trapped. Feels like the kind of position that Hikaru really excels in when both sides are low on time. Very irrational, hard to get a handle on what's going on here. As Fabi, he says two can attack on the king side. You're not the only one who can have fun on that side of the board.
Yeah, and I'm wary of f5 coming at some moment and just breaking down the central structure for white, because that bishop on b7, if it ever asserts itself, it's going to be a problem.
Absolutely. Queen
right.
d2.
Rook f8. All right. It feels slow, but teeing up f5, but it feels a little slow.
Yeah, teeing up some sort of e5 and f5 combination. Maybe I think he should start with e5 regardless. Instead, he evacuates his queen to a4.
Yeah, basically trying to just get it dart back to d7 just in case.
Now, pawn takes e6 and bishop takes b6 has to be considered.
Oh, no question. And then, and then maybe rook takes b7 even at some point. Yeah, that is extremely dangerous, actually. Wow.
And he's done it. And Hikaru immediately responds with bishop takes e4. But now just e takes f7. Now the rook on g8 is trapped. The smoke clears, and bishop takes b6 ends it. Bishop takes b6, devastating
you got to see
move.
this one. And queen takes d6. All right, rook takes c7. Oh, queen b2, even more precise. Discovery galore. And yeah, this is it.
He's taking everything. Bishop takes d6. Take another one.
I would go rook takes b7 in a heartbeat.
Absolutely, rook b7 was best. And here we go again. Hikaru's still in the game. Another sloppy move. And now the game continues.
Oh, no. Bishop d4.
What is he? No. And now I think it's going to be a draw.
Why going to opposite colored bishops?
Fabi has done this too many times. He panics in these low time situations. Rook takes b7 is a move that he would play against anybody not named Hikaru Nakamura Casa. That was an automatic exchange sack. That was mate 7 ways to Sunday. And now it's actually a 3-result game.
Oh, my goodness. And yeah, I would take black here.
It's crazy. How did that happen so quickly? And
right,
Hikaru's playing for a win.
White has to assert himself with the G pawn. And he's checking the king toward the king side, which is where the pawns need to advance. That one I don't agree with either. Although maybe there's some net opportunities. G5, yes.
F4 there would have been a big opportunity.
I would have gone F4 even a moment ago. Bring the king in the line of fire. The rook on G4 is puzzling.
And now it's a draw.
D4 is a precise equalizer.
And after this game concludes, and it's going to conclude momentarily, this is obviously a dead draw. It's a blockade. I'm going to rewind, and as the next game gets underway, I'm going to show exactly where the easiest winning opportunity was missed. Why are we being so critical of Fabi's play? Understandable in the sense that he was very low on time, but the moves that he's missing aren't hard to calculate. They're moves that he would play. I think he's just getting nervous. He knows who he's up against, and he's psyching himself out in some of these time pressure situations, and it doesn't bode well for the 30 minutes of bullet that he's going to have to play.
Yeah, and we're seeing Naka already flex some of the strategy in these matches, which is to run out clock if you have an advantage, particularly when you know the faster segments are even more adversarial for your opponent. So, yeah, he has to make an inroad here, Fabi does. And rook takes b7 was such a huge opportunity in the last game just to shut things down immediately. But it's, again, when you're the aggressor and you have a winning position, remain the aggressor, because as soon as you curl up into a ball and try that consolidation, that's when the game turns.
Let's bring up an analysis board really quickly as this one gets underway. We have another one knight h3, another ugly looking position for Hikaru Nakamura, but I'm going to rewind all the way back to where that opportunity was missed after exquisite tactical play by Fabi. All he had to do in this position, take that bishop, get rid of the final defender, drop your bishop to e3, and Hikaru would have resigned because king a8, bishop f3 is checkmate in a couple. And if you go the other way, if you go to c7, you've got queen b6, and the simplest way to win, you can play bishop g4, you could play queen to b7 check, rook c7 and bishop g4, but these are elementary moves that Fabi would have seen in a heartbeat. That was the cleanest win, Casa. Once he missed that, he also traded the bishop for the knight, and after that, black was no longer worse. Crazy as we go back to our current position. And our current position is, again, going into the toilet for Fabi.
Yeah, the double G pawns are not a sight for sore eyes, and essentially that king on G8 may be a little bit weak, although I do like this C6 move practically, covering the D5 square, trying to shore things up on that diagonal. And I think B3 is just a bit slow because you could have probably made some quicker inroads, but black's starting to maybe get out of the worst. The worst might be over by now.
Okay, but I just can't believe the kinds of positions Hikaru is getting out of the openings that he's playing. One knight h3. I never knew that gave White a better position out of the opening. Okay, c5.
Ooh,
Fabi
protected.
keeping the center closed.
Yeah, I think now you've forfeited the long-term trumps. I would have probably gone for queen f6, bishop d6, something along the knight e5. That combination of moves I think is a little more sensible. White's going to go knight e4, queen d2, rook f1, and it's going to punch through eventually.
Okay, queen c2 is also a completely reasonable move. You hit the knight. I would take that knight and maybe play something calm like rook a1 to e1. I mean, Black's got terrible bishops. Instead, Hikaru inviting a queen trade. And the reason I say that is because queen f6 here, which probably is the only move, because bishop e4 is a massive, massive tactical threat. That endgame, though, is so miserable for Black. He's got terrible pawns. He's got bad bishops. And I think Fabi trying to find some alternative to swapping the ladies, but there's no choice. You have to bite the bullet here.
Yeah, and then he's going to have to hope that his two bishops can fight reasonably against the protected pass on d5. But the problem is that bishop on c8 in particular is really, really limited. And White will have all sorts of strategies, planning the bishop on f5 at some point to just trade the bishop pair.
Another low-hanging fruit type of idea. Get this king, park it on f3 where it solidifies all of your important pieces and pawns in the center. He's done just that. Don't go knight d3. There's always room to blunder. Maybe h3 first, just to secure that pawn even further, should be thrown in.
Yeah, he's doing all the consolidating moves. Knight d3 will probably happen sooner rather than later. And White's gonna maintain an edge. Although bishop f5 is a really nice move, just trading everything.
That move displays such a keen understanding of endgame play, because after the trade, Black's position is completely hopeless. In fact, Black's position will be hopeless even if you drop the bishop back to e8, because you're just going to drop the f pawn, you're going to drop the c pawn. Black's position just completely crumbles without the presence, without the defensive presence of a rook. Also, just d6, d7 promotes the pawn.
Yeah, knight e4, it lifts the blockade, and then the d pawn marches down the yellow brick road, and that's how it goes.
d6, d7, and although technically d6 bishop c6 is possible, but after d7 bishop e7, I think White can just snap that pawn off on c5, and then a6 also falls. Even if White doesn't promote immediately, Black's dropping all of his pawns.
Even just starting with king f3, the bishop on f8 now is such a passive participant. So you really can, take wind of, check the weather, just do all types of things, and then come back to it later.
He's gone for d6. That's the concrete. That's the most straightforward approach. And looks like Fabi's days here are numbered.
Maybe he's going to just play knight takes c5 at the end of it. D set after bishop c6, d7, bishop e7, knight takes c5, and go that route.
What's a lovely winning idea here is to go bishop e6 check and then move the bishop back to d5. The black bishop is cornered, has to go for the trade, and with only one bishop on the board, black runs out of options because the knight is going to replace the bishop on e6. Fabi might resign after bishop d5.
Yeah, I was surprised Fabi didn't play f3 check as an intermediate move after knight c5. It was just a little toss in there. But here we are. I think this is the right choice. e4, d4, knight c3. I think this is the way to play against this really dubious Owen setup. And just don't trade pieces, Fabi. That's what I want to see.
He's done this once before. He's tried a variety of different setups. In the first game, Hikaru pushed an early c5 and allowed that Benoni-like structure. Obviously, Nakamura didn't like what he got there, and instead he plays the more hippo-ish type of structure. I think we're following that game where Fabi played a4 and knight a2. Now, I like a4 and knight a2 here, as long as you follow up with a rapid c3, and I'm curious to see how Fabi improves upon his earlier play.
Yeah, 100%. And he goes for it now. Although, practically speaking, it's still not the easiest position to prosecute because black does get the c5 square for the time being, although bishop e3 takes it away. Knight g4 I'd expect here. No, okay. I would hassle that bishop on e3 if I could manage to. And now I think this is actually pretty close to the ideal setup for white in this position. White will be able to park a knight on b5 at some juncture later in the game, f5 break is not really on the cards, and it's really this bishop on b7 and the c7 and a5 pawns that are potentially weaknesses long term.
Yeah, this is like a King's Indian, but it's inferior in 5 or 6 different ways. The bishop on e7 is worse than on g7. Okay, now it's a more Sicilian structure, as it was in the previous game. Hikaru played c6 there. He plays it here. Now he's saddled with a weakness on d6. Is there
Rook takes c6.
Knight a7. Knight a7 wins the game.
Oh yeah, that's also
That's a sick move.
Yeah, I was looking at rook takes c6. That also is probably
he's
huge
missed
edge.
it.
But it doesn't even work.
I don't think so, because I think after you trade, black has the intermezzo knight c5, and it's so important to get that knight to an active square. I need to show Casa what was just missed. It was the move. Knight to a7 in this position. I'll let you explain it. Knight a7. Why does this end the game?
Oh, it's just an excellent fork of the bishop on c6 and the rook on c8. And really, nothing changes after queen takes b3, knight takes b3. If rook takes a7, as you were about to demonstrate there, you just have queen takes b8 first. And then the rook on a7 is hanging, and that's an exchange with some interest because there's still problems along the c-file.
Well explained. This would have ended the game, and this is exactly what we started our broadcast by mentioning. When you get these one-move tactical opportunities against Hikaru and you don't exploit them, your chances dwindle to almost zero. Now, not to overstate the case, the position remains very complicated. Fabi's got compensation for the exchange. He's got a monster knight. He's got a pass pawn on c5. But all of that is essentially a moot point because of what was available and what could have led to a very important victory that would have brought Hikaru's lead down to 2. Now, if anybody's better, I think it's probably black. I feel like black has this very, very impressive blockade on the d6 square.
Yeah, no question about it. And I think it's really instructive for folks at home, this g3 and g6, both sides making the escape square basically to play against their opponent's bishop. So white makes the escape square on g2 because black has a dark square bishop, and black does the same on g7 because white has a light squared bishop. And so both kings are fairly secure. And it's really a question of who's going to make inroads. Black is actually has an excellent blockade on the d6 square and now can probably press against f2 with bishop c5, rook f6 at some point. It's going to be tough.
The rook can also dive into c2, attacking b2, and potentially f2. Fabi's best chance, I think, is to try to push d6 at the right moment. It's still not possible. Black has 1, 2, 3 defenders on that square and only 2 attackers. And rook c2.
Rook c2.
Rook c2 looks terrifying for white because it threatens bishop c5 and the dark squares. The dark squares are killing Fabi here, but Hikaru playing it slowly with king g7. He's kind of maintaining the status quo and trying to milk white's clock down to below 30 seconds before taking any decisive action, I think.
And honestly, I would actually consider rook c1. It's probably a really wild decision to trade when you're down material, but this rook c2 infiltration, I need to stop it somehow. And I also am really worried about bishop c5.
And he's played it, and I agree. I think rook c1, which he's played, apparently he's played it at the wrong moment. I don't know why. Oh my gosh, there's a crazy tactic here, but it's so hard to spot.
e4,
and bishop takes f2, and queen takes g3. Hikaru, by his facial expressions, you can sense that he knows there's something. Will he find e4?
Yeah, it felt just a little bit loose now. The rook on c1's unprotected, and when you have unprotected pieces, tactics just start to happen. So that's why rook c1 a little bit earlier was a little bit better choice.
And man, lots of mistakes happening here. Rook c6 would have been better for Fabi. Let me show this really quickly. This was a beautiful tactic. I think Hikaru is going to win the game anyway, but e4 and bishop takes f2 was the immediate win because the rook is hanging, and if you take on c8, then queen takes g3 and rook takes f3 obviously leads to a devastating attack against white's king. So that was a more immediate win for Hikaru. Instead, he dropped his bishop back to b6. Here, Fabi had this opportunity to play rook c6 and establish a much more powerful passed pawn on c6. Instead, he acquiesced to the trade, and once again, I'm pretty sure that Hikaru has a technically winning position.
Yeah, so what chances are there for white in this position? Well, the chances lie in hopefully white being able to get rid of this dark squared bishop, maybe for that knight, getting the e-pawn as well. And then all of a sudden, with the d-pawn, even being an exchange down, there are really good chances to hold. But it's hard to imagine all that happening in a span of 20 seconds here for Fabi's clock. It's ticking.
It's ticking, and Hikaru is loading up the tactics along the F file. There's that E4 move, and he's played it at a great time. E4, hitting the bishop, and engineering a favorable trade for black. He's going to pick off this D6 pawn. I think he's going to do it by playing queen to D5 to pin the knight. Exquisite precision here by Hikaru Nakamura, and he is just technically winning in this position.
Yeah, and it's just a huge problem because now he's going to go rook takes D6 and then just bring the rook back to F6 even. And there's just a lot of pressure here. The extra pawn on the queen side just not relevant right now.
Fabi trying to trade off that A pawn so that he can devote his full attention to defending the knight, but it just seems like it's a matter of time. 4 seconds for Fabi. I think Hikaru needs to go after that A pawn, and he might do that by playing rook to A5.
Yeah.
There it is.
And now you can even look to trade queens. It's not strictly necessary, but even with the three on the same side, it's going to be enough. Ooh.
There were no other moves. White was in Zugzwang. There was no way to maintain a defense of the knight, and the lead is starting to balloon.
Yeah, and there's still time in the segment to get it back, but he has to start with one game at a time. You're getting positions where you're better, and you just got to maintain that edge. Easier said than done, Danya.
Much easier said than done. He did everything right. If he had found knight A7, this match would have felt a lot different. As it stands, Hikaru wins the game. You know, these openings are wildly successful for him. If Fabi keeps changing his approach against knight H3, and I've liked every position that he's gotten with black. The problem has absolutely not been in the opening, but can he close his eyes and just push that H-pawn up the board and run white over along that file?
This is an interesting choice, giving up the bishop pair, but trying to potentially get an H4. Very double-edged position here.
What is Hikaru going to recapture with?
Yeah, I would actually say he's probably going to recapture with the knight. Oh,
that was the wrong
third option.
Yeah. Is he going to recapture? No.
All right.
H4. What do we make of this? Totally natural move. I don't know if I'd call this a mistake.
King G2, would be my first instinct.
My instinct would be to play G4, to be honest. Like my snap instinct is to keep the king side closed, but apparently that's not the best.
Yeah, it's I'm curious to see what Naka's going to go for here, but I don't want to entomb my bishop, and I think if I play King G2, it still prevents black from castling along.
Whoa, he's taken. But what about H takes G3 with a discovered attack on the bishop? What is he intending here? King G2
no idea. King G2 now, but he could have thrown it in before. It's just strange. But yeah, King G2 is probably still legit, and then Rook E1.
I actually like White's position, Casa, and the reason why is that black can't castle queenside. That's illegal because of that pesky bishop.
That's
now
right.
there's tactics down the E file. I think you can
F4 was
started
maybe
with Rook A1, but yeah, F4 is super nasty.
Yeah, I think now black has maybe some chance to consolidate, but how do you do it? Is it knight G6? No, then the queen just moves away. How do you consolidate?
Rook H5, there is F4. That doesn't seem to work either. I think.
Do you toss an H1 queen? Do you toss an H1 queen in one of these variations? And I don't see how the rook being on H1 makes a huge difference, but there's something here.
In some situations, a rook on H1 could actually hurt you because of the X-ray and the potential for some sort of a bishop D7 check related discovery. But your point is well taken. Queen G5 check. But that runs into Queen G4, and that is the crux of Hikaru's play. Queen G4 forces the queens off the board, and when the smoke clears, I feel like black is going to lose this knight on E5.
Yeah, and again, really tough position here, practically speaking, with the king still on E8, and that's, again, why he didn't close that diagonal down. But yeah, Queen G4 is I think, will be found.
King H1 is wrong because it drops the bishop. Bishop G4 is very tempting, but apparently there's this brilliant move, F5, and Fabi missed it. He's played F6, which is the next best thing, but Queen G4 would have forced the queens off the board and would have allowed White to play F4. Now F4 is impossible because you drop the bishop on G4. That gives Fabi the tempo that he needs to move his king away from the danger zone.
And practically speaking here, I know that Fabi has some pawns to work with, but practically speaking here, I think it might be easier to play white. The light squares around black's king, particularly e6, g6, f7, h7, Swiss cheese. And there's a lot of potential ways to get in there. And he starts with f4. I would have probably moved the bishop first and then try to go f4, but he's going for exchange. And I think the queen trade will ensure that Fabi escapes.
I agree. And it looks like we will see a mass liquidation on f6. We're going to get a double rook endgame, and Hikaru is going to end up winning the h2 pawn. So a draw is now very, very likely.
Yeah. All right. I don't know why he's thinking here. Bishop e7 to me would be automatic.
Yeah, rook e8 is actually a terrible blunder here because of e takes f6. Maybe he was double checking that line. A little bit scary for black, actually. Rook g4 check is a major threat.
And rook g7. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, rook e7 too. Wait a second. This is suddenly... Wait, rook g4 is mate in 2 because if rook takes h2 mate. There is a mate threat here.
And the scary part of it is this h2 pawn is just a shield. It's white is going to secure that pawn basically whenever he wants, so he does not have to work on it just yet.
How is this possible? How is Fabi the one who has to defend in this position? And he's allowed rook e7 check.
And then rook takes rook f7.
And rook takes b7, and it's maybe even lost for black now.
Or I think the salvation might be in that the king gets to enter to the queen side faster than white does. So I would say maybe some activation here, king f5 or rook e8 as you're demonstrating, but this is critical.
The fact that it's black who has to fight for the draw here is just absurd. And I love the move rook d8. I think that's a very heads-up move by Fabi. He's a pawn down here, so he's going to get tortured, but this should be a savable position. He's got his king is on an optimal square. His rook is active, and I don't think Hikaru has enough pawns to produce serious winning chances here. He's going to try, and he's going to milk some time off the match clock, but this should be a handily savable with 30 seconds on the clock.
And the great frustration of positions like this when you are defending a pawn down rook endgame is when you're the pawn with your defending pawn, your sole pawn is not on the same file as one of the opponent's two pawns, because it means that there's sometimes additional levers.
And Hikaru will milk every last chance in this endgame. He will try every last trick and keep Fabi on his toes. Black needs to avoid getting impatient. One way to get impatient would be a premature c5, which would allow white to establish connected passers with b5. He's played c5 in the right version, though, and now we're heading toward a imminent draw.
Yeah, and this is, for the folks at home, this is getting closer and closer toward a Philidor position, which is the drawing version of these rook endgames. So you see the rook on the 6th rank holding the line, not allowing the king to cross into the 6th rank and create mating threats. And so the only way white can improve is by actually getting the b pawn further and then pushing into the 6th rank. And then as soon as that happens, the black rook comes from behind and starts the perpetual checks.
Very well explained. The Philidor position, of course, named after Andrei Philidor, arguably the greatest player of the 18th century and the author of one of the first full-length instructional manuals on chess, which is actually a pretty high-quality book. It has a lot of opening analysis. It has just general maxims for the chess player, and it's got it obviously has an analysis of the endgame. He coined and he discovered a lot of the positions that we now take for granted. But obviously, we know what Hikaru is doing, right? It's not a surprise to anybody. He's milking the maximum amount of time. And Casa, he can potentially milk something like 3 or 4 minutes off the clock because he can play this forever.
Yeah, the b pawn can be pushed as well, and then the 50 move rule counter resets.
Yeah,
and so he can entertain this for at least another, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes or something.
And knowing Hikaru, he will know exactly when the 50 move rule is about to be reached, and then he'll push b5, do it again for 50 moves, and then push b6 and do it again for 50 moves, then give up the pawn and do it again for 50 moves. So, I mean, there is a limit to it, and I don't think this is necessary, but I also can't really blame him for doing this.
What do you think the longest game in SEC history is? Because there's potential here, frankly.
Oh, totally. Like, if they could easily play another 100 moves here, I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe it will. I wonder if the 200 move game has ever been reached in SEC history. I'm sure it has.
My goodness, this is just add it kind of adds insult to injury, but it is the proper strategy. And so, it's and then the last moment he'll kind of troll and go for a move like rook c6 just to make sure there isn't just pre-moving going on Fabi's end.
Yeah, obviously you're also testing Fabi on his mouse skills. If you're Fabiano with 40 seconds, the only thing you want to avoid at all costs is the pre-move here. You never want to pre-move anything.
And here we go, rook
There's no
c6.
need. And suddenly, okay, rook g8 is still a draw. And it's still a draw precisely because white has a b pawn. If white had a c pawn or a d pawn, if you're driven to the back rank like this, you're losing. But because there is no left side of the board, this is a viable drawing strategy here as well.
Yeah, and again, not convenient to defend this under time pressure. It's just not convenient at all, especially when all the possibilities are being exhausted. Naka's going to try probably to move the king and trade rooks. He could try some type of king to c7, rook d8 construction at the right moment. But even there, I guess black will just trade rooks and go king b7.
Well, what he's doing is building up more time on his clock so that he can milk it back down to 0 and then push b6 at the last second. Listen, I'm sympathetic to the fans here. I think there is a point at which it is fair to ask the question, okay, is milking another minute off the clock really going to impact the match that much? You're up by 4. On the other hand, if we're talking purely in terms of match strategy and in terms of the best thing to do to maximize your chances of a win, yes, it is to do what he's currently doing. So you can't really blame him for it.
So I'm getting word from our studio here that the record is actually for moves actually Nakamura versus So in 2020. It was 198 moves. Yeah, 198 moves. So I don't know where we are right this moment, but we're surely getting close to that.
170. We're at 170. This is Hikaru's 170th move, rook a5. I think we're going to get that record, especially if he decides to play rook versus rook for another 50 moves. We absolutely could set the 200 move record here.
Oh my gosh, I forgot he could just jettison the b pawn too and then go for that. Oh my goodness.
But before jettisoning it, he can keep it on b7 for a while too.
This is
crazy. 176 moves. And this is also probably the longest in terms of the time. I think we're flirting with the record. This game has taken something like 10 minutes now. 10 minutes for a 3-minute game. That sounds mathematically impossible, but it's not.
Yeah, the beauty of increment. Sometimes it's kind of a joy and a nightmare depending upon which side of the coin you're on.
Indeed you're on. Well, I think most people know which side of the coin I'm on, but here we see the downside of the 1 second increment.
The body language tells the whole story here. Look at the body language of the players on your screen right now.
Well, Fabi has only half of his face visible.
Yeah, that's the slumped in your chair in dismay. Like, I have to still continue with this. And I can't blame him. He's really played a much better match than the score currently indicates. And it's not over. But it really has been
There's
few
the record.
moments.
There's the record, by the way. And he's gone rook g6. He's forced to draw 204 moves. And Hikaru is going to wait these 20 seconds before taking the rook. He's not going to move his king and lose the game, but he is going to wait out the rest of his time and finally make that draw.
Yeah, and Fabi's already got to be thinking, okay, the game's about to end. What am I going to do next with my white game? How am I going to contend with this a6, b5 business? How am I going to break that down?
Listen, if they play 12-minute games, there might not even be time to play another 4 games. There's only 18 minutes remaining in the 3-minute segment. This was the longest game, ladies and gentlemen, in SCC history. 203 moves. 120 of them, of course, came in that dead-drawn rook endgame as Hikaru tries to milk as much time off the match clock as possible. He holds a 4-point lead, and it's finally time for our quote-unquote midpoint break, Casa.
Yeah, we say quote unquote because of just how long that game was. But yeah, Naka's getting a little bit more separation, and we would like to see Fabi probably stem that tide to really make it a match going to bullet. But it's tough. These are the best of the best. So stay tuned.
Stay tuned indeed. It's a 4-point lead. Will Hikaru Nakamura take this match? Only one way to find out. We've got more chess to be played in the SEC presented by Coinbase. We'll be right back.
God, it's the same thing every time. Why didn't you en passant, bro? I swear to God, en passant should be forced. All my friends watching, and this day is taking forever. Play faster. If I could move this pawn backwards, it would basically be checkmate. Oh! And draws are dumb. I should be able to flag him no matter how many times I repeat moves. 1400 years and it's the same game every time. You know what? It's time for some updates. I'm tired of this. I'm doing it. Stalemate is now a win for the player who gets stalemated. You're welcome, Eric Rosen.
Hey, it's the Rosen trap.
Pawns can move backwards. Why is that never not been a rule?
Pawns can move backwards now?
Every piece should be allowed to en passant.
What? That's not even possible. How?
Ship it. Dunzo. Update. Enter.
Why is it ending? There's just 2 kings on the board. What is this purgatory?
This is so awesome what we're doing here. Guys, we're changing chess. Why can't people just move however they want, whenever they want?
Wait, what? Checkmate? Do I not get to move?
From now on, C4 actually explodes. Pawns are weak no more. Pawns can promote on the first move. Update! Take that, bro! Woo! I'm not sure I made the users as happy as I thought I would. Maybe chess doesn't need an update. Financial systems do need an update, though. Coinbase is working on just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent. Thank you, Coinbase, for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the Speed Chess Championship possible. Go to coinbase.com/update the system today to learn more.
I was here! I was lost. Okay, well, hey.
8, let's go!
Oh no, I think I should have just done that. Chat, I got 14!
We beat it! Let's go! No, 15, unreal. No, first try.
8 in a row, 9 in a row, baby! Let's go! Let's go! I got a little achievement thing.
I honestly really enjoyed that. That was really cool.
Become a Chess.com community streamer at go.chess.com/start streaming.
Oh, we have just borne witness to the longest game in SEC history, over 200 moves, as Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana draw their latest game, and Hikaru keeps a 4-point lead in the SEC match presented by Coinbase. Here alongside International Master Casa Corley. It's been a really entertaining match thus far, Casa. It's been a fun match.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see the time scrambles as we came to expect. It's also been fascinating to see basically Nakamura widen the gap in this segment where Fabiano really needs to kind of turn it up before the bullet portion.
He has to turn it up on the board. He's got to turn it up on the clock, and he has to continue trying to punish Hikaru's openings, not only in the early middle game, where he's done a great job. He's gotten the positions that he wants to get. But as the middle game draws on, Fabiano has missed his share of tactical opportunities. He's fallen behind on the clock, and those are some of the factors that stand behind Hikaru's big lead. Okay, here we go. We're off. Fabi has the white pieces in this next game. And yet another e4, a6, Owens kind of Dragon St. George opening mix-up.
I'm loving the version Fabi has right now. He had one of his best positions in this Benoni-style setup, although you see here, actually Naka's deviated by not capturing on d5, which led him down a really unfortunate path the last time. So a little bit of an improvement here from Naka, and we got an original position. So I'd expect bishop g5. No releasing of the tension again. I'm not a fan of this.
Trading queens, but that means you're not really going to punish Black's king for losing castling rights. You don't have the firepower to do so. Fabi's idea is to push e5, and he's just done that, chasing the knight back to d7. But this could also backfire, Casa. That e5 pawn is now very much vulnerable to the move knight c6.
Yeah, and Black has excellent space advantage on the queen side in the long term. And, a lot of these positions before we talked about a4, breaking down the Black queen side pawn chain in previous games. Here, a4 could even be met by b4 in some circumstances. So I think Black has a pretty good version of these Queen's Gambit accepted positions you tend to see.
It boggles my mind that Fabi traded queens and went into this endgame voluntarily. He is now flat out worse. He doesn't have the g5 square, so Black is very free to position his king on e7, get the knight out, position it to c6, and potentially the knight could jump into d4. That's a very, very nasty idea. It's not going to be possible for the foreseeable future, but what is possible, just go rook a d8, knight b6. Black has a million ways to improve his position.
Yeah, and I think the reason Naka's holding off on playing knight c6 is because he might be reluctant to play to allow knight e4.
Oh, yeah.
Hitting that dark square bishop, looking and maybe potentially sinking your teeth into the d6 square with knight d6. So reluctant to play that. I think it's accurate what he's doing right now, making a few more prophylactic moves before finally developing that knight.
Yeah, I'm curious, actually, now that you pointed out the possibility of knight e4, how he's going to circumvent that. And there's our answer. And he finds a really elegant way to do that. He goes knight b6, and he vacates the d7 square for the other knight. So I think he's going to go knight 8 d7, and potentially he can also go knight d5 and force this knight off the board. And then the knight could, of course, come out to c6.
And now the knight is on b6. b4 is actually a move that might be legitimate at some point. Okay, opts for something else. And yeah, I love Black's long-term potential here with the space on the queen side.
But tactically, Fabi trying to stir the pot a little bit. Knight f5 check there was a very nasty threat with the knight jumping into d6. That is why Hikaru dropped his bishop back to b7. Fabi finds a way to finally solidify the e5 pawn, so he doesn't have to worry about that pawn anymore. But what he does have to worry about are some of these weak light squares in the center. The knight is heading for d5 for the millionth time. It seems I've kind of lost track of which knight that is. Still feels like Black is a little bit better, but okay, Fabi should be able to hold this position. I'm starting to worry about his clock, though.
Yeah, and I hope I'm not too prophetic here, but I'm also wary of just the vulnerability of the g1, a7 diagonal towards the white king. Also, when you push the f-pawn, much further down the line, the second rank might be a vulnerability if the rooks ever get into the position. And so I still love Black's long-term chances here in a position that might seem,
totally,
kind of nothing special at first glance. I'd like something like Knight d5 might, provoke g3. That might be worthwhile. Annoying.
You could also jump with the knight to a4, and he's done just that. He forces the rook to abandon the d-file, and now the move rook d8 would really press on this knight. Also super important, the knight on a4 guards the bishop on c5, so it takes the sting out of any potential discovered checks. How about something like rook d8 in order to induce c3, and then the bishop slides into e4, forcing the rook away from b1. He does bishop e4 first. Okay, but this is such a hard position to defend with only 45 seconds left.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because that bishop takes on a diagonal where it doesn't have to be evicted. It can even slide back to h7, which would be really elegant, actually. And the squeeze is on, basically.
30 seconds for Fabiano Caruana. He plays bishop f3. I think that's a good defensive move. He forces the bishop trade. Okay, technically Hikaru could also take the knight and then take the bishop on f2 with check, and he does. So he tries to generate an imbalance, a piece imbalance, which I think will help him pose problems in Fabi's time pressure.
Yeah, no question. I think right now it's going to be so hard to deal with the queenside targets, b2 and c3, efficiently. So Black's going to double here and start to look at rook d2.
And bring the knight back to c5, clamping down on some of these light squares. Of course, the d3 square has to be supervised by White's bishop at all time. There go Hikaru's pawns. Fabi meeting fire with fire, playing b3, trading off the pawns. But that knight really is a monster.
Yeah, and it's funny because it's the dark square grip, if it can be established, will be really menacing. Even though the bishop also kind of simultaneously controls the knight squares jumping forward, they're both kind of asserting themselves in different way, the minor pieces, that is. But it just feels like easier for Black to play.
Well, yeah, the bishop controls the knight squares, which also happen to be the light squares. b3, d3, and e4 are all under the bishop's control. And it's that control which I think might allow Fabi to hold this position together. b4, the knight drops back to d7, and it's going to reroute to b6 and potentially to d5. From a practical perspective, 20 seconds on the clock for Fabi. He's got his work still cut out for him. But so far, he's doing a great job of keeping his pieces active and keeping Black's initiative at bay and now blockading the c-pawn. Can he play rook c5 here? Rook a5, even better.
And it must be said a while ago, knight d7 was a winning attempt. And that's what I think is so, cool about, how Naka handles his business sometimes, even when he's up in the match. Is he's really hungry for
he's
more.
blundered c3!
Whoa!
He didn't
rook
take it!
c3. Wait, that was a pin!
Oh my gosh, a6, White is probably still winning. Knight c4 was an inexplicable move, but how do you not take on c3 there?
Rook takes c3 was a clear pin. He must be angling for bishop b7 and
bishop
a7.
b7. But see, you missed one of those chances. You missed one of those chances against Hikaru, and you don't know if you're going to get another one.
Why king e3? Why not king e2?
Okay, f6. Now king to d3, and I still think you should win this.
Yeah. No question about it. Although, rook behind the pawn, it's going to be hard to push to a7 conveniently.
King f5, king g4, generating counterplay on the king side. Hikaru doing Hikaru things in the time scramble. Bishop c8, holding the king together. King c4, king b5.
C4.
Oh, he missed it as well. Oh my
gosh. Knight c7 or knight c5 holds everything.
Rook d4, and somehow there's no good discovery.
Oh my goodness.
No, come on, but that's crazy.
And this is going to take a lot of time off the match clock.
And let me tell you, Hikaru's playing this for, well, not anymore. Okay, now it's a draw.
My goodness.
Rook takes c3. Once he missed that move, Costa, you could just sense that the air had gone out of the building. He was winning after that, but it was never as clean.
Yeah. And
whoa, g5!
Connected passers! What about connected passers?
No, this was a very, 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 very poorly played time scramble. Caruana is going to be kicking himself. He had a lot of chances there, starting with rook takes c3 and ending just at the end of that game with the move g5. Not sure if that was winning or not, but you're not risking if you're White. You got to try it.
Yeah, and it's really funny or interesting to see Naka shake his head a bunch and then start the game with knight h3, because I see that move and I shake my head. So it's but he's been getting away with it thus far. I have liked the way Fabi's handled these positions on the Black side, going for these early h4s. A little bit different this time around, though.
Fabi's played super high-quality chess in the opening and the early middle game, but as the game starts heading in the direction of a messy time scramble position, he's missed so many of these one-move tactical chances, and Am I blaming him for that? Absolutely not. This is the Hikaru effect in action. You kind of just stop believing that a win could be as easy as rook takes c3, and your mind starts playing tricks on you. But the overall level of Fabi's play has been exceedingly high, and the only reason I'm critical of his performance in time scrambles is precisely because he is Fabiano Caruana and nobody else.
We have this King's Gambit style dynamic with the king on e2 and this beautiful pawn phalanx from c2 to g4 there. I don't know what to make of this in the short term, but in the long term, you gotta like White's pawns. And g5 might also be something at some point.
Is White better here?
Weird.
Is White better? I think White might be better after g takes f5. Black is just kind of frozen in place on the king side, and h3 is a cute looking pawn, but it's probably more of a weakness than a strength at this point.
For sure, it's a target in the end game. And, if White is able to consolidate, maybe like knight d2 or knight a3, bishop d2, bishop e1, it's going to be all for White.
Very hard for Black to make inroads. This pawn on f5, yeah, as you said it, this pawn chain is so menacing. And now Black can't even sack a piece on f5 because this pawn is so well defended.
Yeah, although maybe there might be some play on the g file now, something like, I was going to say take and rook g8. Maybe there's some knight g4, but it's so hard to break in.
Knight b4, I like that move. Queen c5 piling up the pressure.
Yeah, queen c5, bishop a4, pressure that c2 pawn as much as possible.
There's queen c5. Hikaru might have to drop his knight back to e1. I think that's the only way to protect the pawn. He's lucky to have that move.
It's so reminiscent of King's Indian positions, except normally it's not the king on d1, it's the queen. Whoa.
Knight g8. What are these retreating knight moves?
Yeah.
Okay, the bishop is currently hanging. He drops it back to its initial square.
I still like bishop a4. For some reason, I would love to provoke the knight to b3, where I don't think it stands very well.
Or better yet, provoke the pawn to b3. Either way, I agree. He placed the pawn on the knight on b3 on his own volition, but there was an extenuating circumstance. He got the dark squared bishops off the board, and again, it feels like Black's initiative has completely fizzled out. Maybe even g4 and g5 should be considered here.
Yeah, and it's the trades. The trades help White, who has the much weaker king, or at least did a few moments ago. White is probably going to look to just neutralize that rook on h8, trying to get the rook to h1 under the right circumstance. Yeah, just cover the entry squares, h1, h2, h3, and at some point you're going to see some rook h1 action.
c3.
C3, very, very precise.
Precise. I like that move a lot. It chases the knight away. It also gives White a better share of the center. Okay, wait. Now c takes d4.
Yeah, and that's another pawn.
That's another pawn. And Fabi is trying to open up the center to generate as much counterplay as he can. But the time management, we haven't even talked as much about, in the last set of games. But Hikaru now is always up on the clock, at least in the last couple of games.
Yeah, and it's funny because... So I think in a lot of situations here, a lot of people would just play knight takes c6 automatically and try to trade. And one of the things that Naka does really well is even when he is in an advantaged position, he's going to trade now. I was going to say the trades don't always help. You keep the piece on the board. Here you're activating Black's pieces, which is kind of why I thought he wouldn't do this.
The queen is off sides here. That's the problem.
But typically he does keep the pressure on throughout, and that's kind of why I was going to try and sing his praises there.
I feel like he's going to go knight e5 here. That is a really pretty move because you're sacrificing f1 and a1, but there's a checkmate on a8 at the end of it. I wouldn't be able to resist, and neither does Hikaru.
Yeah, I think the lead also plays into it a little bit here. But what does Black do? What does Black do?
Knight d7, only move in order to cover the check on a8 with knight to b8. Fabi showing that he's got a few punches left to throw, and that is not a correctly thrown punch. King c2, apparently.
King c2, yeah.
King c2, rook takes a1, and then you start hunting after Black's king with queen a8, and of course he found it.
And it's so hard from afar. Yeah, queen takes f2. I was going to say, that geometry is not obvious. It was not easy to understand that the queen was covering f2 a few moves ago.
Gosh.
That was troubling. Yeah.
He cannot catch a break, can Fabi.
Yeah. All right. I love the start to these games, and we just got to see it through, but it's so much easier said than done. All right. So 5-point lead now for Naka with just 4 minutes left in the 3+1. Can we castle here and then maybe get a 94?
Yeah, but now Fabi's on tilt. E5 was a bad move there. He bit off more than he can chew in the center. Now he's going to have to take on E6 again. And we had this exact pawn structure in the previous game with these colors. This time, it's an even worse version for white because the queens are still on the board, and black's got a big space advantage in the center.
Yeah, and the problem is if you ever take on E6, 94 is not happening. And so a lot of these positions actually come down to this 94 move and whether you can get it in or you can't. And this is the second game in a row where the answer is likely no, although he's trying to force it through with knight G5.
Yeah, knight G5 is a good move. I like knight G5. I think he's trying to head back to E4, as you're saying. But Hikaru could ignore everything and just castle. The pawn on C4 is such an important cog in black's machine because it's preventing the white queen from moving up to D3 and exerting pressure on H7. Instead, Hikaru delaying castling. Instead, knight D7. Is there knight takes F7? No.
Yeah, I was even looking at this bishop H5 theme again, trying to kind of provoke a weakness. But I think it's not so consequential.
Yeah, I'll show this on the board for those who are interested. Why does knight takes F7 fail? It's because after king takes F7, queen takes D7. Looks like white is home scot-free, but white is not going to get home after rook A D8. The check on H5 is easily disarmed by G6, and white simply loses his queen, which is trapped.
And look at the rooks being connected here. It's not a coincidence that the tactics work in your favor when you have a lead in development and harmony. It just kind of like this, the unwritten rules of chess and coming to the fray.
Well said. And instead, Fabi playing bishop F3. That was the logical follow-up to his previous move. And while he might get the light-squared bishops off the board, and that's a good positional gain for white, he still struggles with the long-term weakness of E5 and with the fact that black has this very, very pretty pawn chain on the queen side and potentially control over the D file after a well-timed rook D8.
Yeah. So there are a number of options really for Naka here. He can, he could take on F3. He could, but I wouldn't develop the queen. He could go rook D8 right away. I mean, you're kind of spoiled for choice.
He could even castle here. Crazily enough, for the same reason that knight takes F7 didn't work. If he castles and white plays queen takes D7, you have to flick in bishop takes F3, but after knight takes F3, rook A D8, it's exactly the same problem. The queen is trapped, but Hikaru making the less adventurous move, he puts the rook on D8. Can Fabi garner kingside counterplay with queen H5? He's got to try something like that.
Yeah, and it's a good practical choice. Objectively, who knows, but practically then getting the knight to E4 was the whole point of the plan. And, sometimes you say like a bad plan is better than no plan at all. And, getting this on the board was important.
Yeah, and it poses a bunch of tactical threats. The knight takes E5 here runs into knight takes C5. That is the tactical justification of white's play because the queen on B7 will be hanging. Suddenly, Hikaru is kind of stuck between a rook and a hard place here. He might have to castle just because there's no other good moves.
And then you'll see queen H5.
Yeah, queen 8, knight F6. I mean, then you have to reckon with all sorts of tactics.
Yeah. This might be the most aggressive attacking position Fabi's gotten in a minute.
For sure. And this is the last game of the 3+1 segment. Hikaru holds a 5-point lead. If Fabi wants any chances to come back in the bullet, which, let's be real, are already very, very slim, but he's got to try to end this segment with a victory. At least one.
Queen B8 is a puzzling decision, I must say, but queen H5 seemed automatic. Do you think there was better than queen H5 there?
Queen F3 was possible, but that would have run into knight takes E5, so
yeah,
don't know exactly what that would have led to.
Knight F7 bishop looks interesting here.
Okay, so he reinforces the pawn on E5. Probably we're going to see bishop E7 as Hikaru tries to keep all of the dark squares around his king protected. And he's hanging by a thread here, but as the clock continues to dwindle, feels like he's kind of getting out of this bit by bit.
You can't play h6 though, because knight takes e6 is just thunders down. So it's still hard for black to consolidate. And
f4,
f4, 5. Yeah, I'm even looking at just rook d1 and knight d6 or some combination of moves like that.
Totally. Or the immediate knight d6 also looks great. Either way, Fabio's got to make a decision fast.
And there we go.
Queen b7. Okay,
d7
knight d7.
check is a threat. Rook e1, rook a1 coming right up.
Right up. This is winning.
He can break down the construction on e6, and that will probably win the game if he goes for this.
Take it. Knight e6, rook e6,
Rook
king
e6.
f7, rook e7, rook e7.
Crushing.
But king g8. What's the follow-up there? This is what Fabio has struggled with.
How about queen f5 and then rook a1?
That's sick. And queen e6 mate is possible. Queen f5 ends it. Okay.
This also works.
Knight f6 maybe keeps black alive temporarily. Queen d5, mate in 2.
Yeah, and he finds it. That's a huge win. Huge win.
That is a huge win. Imagine if Hikaru had won that one, it would have been a 6-point lead. 4 points, it's a big lead. It's a huge lead for someone like Hikaru Nakamura, but that was a great game by Fabi. He did exactly what he has to do. He played aggressively, he pounced on his tactical opportunity, and he capitalized with accurate play in the tactical low-time skirmish. He brings this deficit down to 4. He's got 30 minutes of bullet in order to come back from the deficit. His chances are relatively slim, but he just beats them with a victory in the final game.
Yeah, and again, sometimes it's when you win that matters, and ending the segment with a win is huge, just from a momentum's perspective. So, he can now lay it all out there and hopefully be aggressive, hopefully try to stay up on the clock, and, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Fabi will need all the energy that he can get if he wants to come back in the bullet. Before we go on a break, speaking of energy, let's take a moment to thank AG1, a new partner of the SCC. AG1 is your daily support of key health functions, from mental performance to the energy that Fabiano Caruana needs and the immune system. It's the one product that does the work of many. To find out more, visit drinkag1.com/chess or use !AG1 in chat. We thank AG1 for sponsoring the SCC. Well, we will give Fabiano Caruana his opportunity to drink some AG1 and prepare for half an hour of bullet. We will be back with more Speed Chess Championship action presented by Coinbase in just a couple of short minutes.
For years, ChessKit has had lots of fun online events, but it's finally time for us to go IRL, in real life. Puzzle competitions, a main event, and all sorts of other fun things to do. Announcing
the ChessKit National Festival.
Come along, you'll meet Fun Master Mike there. I'm going to the ChessKit Festival. I'm going to the ChessKit Festival. I'm going to the festival.
Spell Chess is coming to Chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of 2 spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish, before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to 1 square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess, dropping on September 1st.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana duking it out in a fascinating quarterfinal battle. We had a great match earlier today that was commented by Hess and Bach. You can watch that on replay. Jan Nepomniachtchi stealing that match over Arjun Erigaisi on the strength of a last-second victory. International Master Casa Corley, there's no question that Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana has his work cut out for him as we go into the bullet.
Yeah, Hikaru widened his lead a bit, and he really flexed his muscles in a lot of these scrambles, and there was just a lot of resilience shown even in worse positions, and Fabi's going to have to dig deep and show something totally different in this bullet segment.
Well, earlier, Fabiano Caruana said this on facing Hikaru. Hikaru is about as tough an opponent as you can get. That's a very tough match. I won't sugarcoat it. In terms of bullet, he really is a monster. Anybody with more than a nodding acquaintance with the online chess ecosystem knows that Hikaru is a bullet, terrorizes the bullet field. He's obviously a legend across all time controls, but having to come back specifically in a 1+1 format against Hikaru couldn't be more of a nightmare scenario.
Yeah, and we're going to basically see really in the early stages whether or not this is going to be the making of the most incredible comeback ever, or whether it's going to be something different. So look for Fabi to get on the board pretty much immediately if we're going to have any discussion of comeback.
And I'm actually not as worried about the speed as the games get underway. I'm not as worried about Fabi's speed. I think Fabiano Caruana 2.0, ever since his large-scale blitz and bullet improvement, he's got the speed. He's fast enough. I'm worried about the tactical opportunities that he's been missing throughout the first two segments. Because if you miss those same types of opportunities in bullet, then the situation really becomes critical. We have, at last, a more conventional opening in the first game of the bullet. Hikaru started with 1e3 and followed it up with kind of an English-style setup.
Yeah, and I do like Fabi's position. I think I've said that a lot in a lot of these games, but it doesn't really matter.
Super
Knight
nasty.
f5 and rook g2 to follow. There's tactics galore on the g file right now.
Okay, Fabi is giving up a minor piece for no compensation. F takes c4. Just don't play bishop takes c7. And he lost.
This is a problem.
That's not going to cut it.
Well, at least he resigns and he doesn't try to play that out and let more of the clock milk. But that was not a great start. Here we go into London.
And Hikaru pushing the early e5. That is one of the most reputable, sort of newish systems against the London, where Black quickly liberates his center with e5. And I think he solved all of his opening problems now, has Hikaru Nakamura finally transitioning to more conventional opening play.
Yeah, I would actually contend if you get the e5 break in that comfortably, you're just slightly better.
Oh, totally.
and particularly the exchange on g3, it's actually favors Black in the long term. I'd actually go knight f6 back here.
Knight f6 back is a great move. White's also having some problems, long-term problems, with the safety of his king, right? You can't really go queenside because this pawn is sticking out like a sore thumb. If you go kingside, Black, of course, has this classic pawn storm with h5 and g5 already on the board for Hikaru.
Yeah, and the Saints are going to come marching in right now. h4, g4, after gh, g4. The problem is after b5, just queen c7, there's nothing going. And so Black is hitting first.
And Fabi is trying to open up the b file, but he's nowhere near creating
G4.
any semblance of threats on the queen side. Hikaru opens up the g file. I think he's going to put a rook on g8 in due course. This is looking really grim once again for Fabiano.
Why take that c5 pawn? It wasn't that relevant yet. I would have gone rook g8 in a heartbeat.
But he's still
here we
totally
go.
winning. And rook dc1. Too passive.
Yeah.
Queen
H2.
c8, queen h3.
Queen c8, queen h3, yes.
He's done it.
Oh my goodness.
Exquisite play by Hikaru.
And to find that quickly is just disgusting. Totally disgusting.
Yep.
He's going to try and go king h1, but there might even be some queen h3 and then rook takes g3 and then knight takes g3 and it's checkmate.
Well, rook takes g3 is clearly a threat in this position. I think he can even do it in this position. Rook g3
He
after
absolutely
knight g3.
can.
It's
yeah, and then
crushing.
queen h3. Yeah.
Totally crushing.
And we get the brilliant move for that one, but that one for Nakamura is just par for the course.
Totally. Knight e4 check, I think, is even better than promoting, but you can also promote Oh, Hikaru is playing this with such precision.
Yeah, this is just mate. King D3, knight C5, mate. It's mate.
What a mate with a pawn on D5, holding the king's escape square to C4, and a second victory. The dominoes really starting to fall. The wheels have come off for Fabiano Caruana, and it's just not a surprise. It's Hikaru Nakamura in the bullet time control.
Yeah, and now he's gonna get into this King's Indian mode, which is, frankly, this is a much better version of the knight H3 positions he was getting earlier in previous segments. So, yeah, here we go.
It feels like Hikaru has been running in the mountains with like a backpack on his back, and now he's taken off the backpack and started playing conventional openings, and now he's actually crushing it out of the opening.
Yeah, it's like it's basically like the Denver Nuggets, when they play home games, the altitude, it just comes into play.
Well said. Knight B6, knight D5.
Yeah, and then F4 shortly thereafter. Never really want to take this knight just because it opens up the light squared bishop and all these nice light squares, the bishop on G2 in particular.
Bishop C1. So rook takes D3. He wants rook B5, which is a really, really nasty trap. Hikaru always finds these weird geometric constructions, and Fabi sinking too much time here on the retreating move rook A6. Another tempo move.
I'm surprised F4 isn't going to come on the board, but he's hassling the black piece enough on the queen side that it doesn't really matter yet.
We're going to get a liquidation, a black knight on D4. But black actually has a hard time castling here. I don't think Hikaru is worse. He's better.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah, not at all.
Queen A4!
Oh!
Queen A4, one of mine.
Rook C1, Rook C1. Why not Rook C1? All right, F4 finally.
Don't go rook C6.
Yeah, then queen F8 and F5 check.
Oh, gosh. Okay, E5 is a move here, as is G8. I think Hikaru's going to recapture on F4.
Yeah, why not? And F5, E5, the cavalcade of pawns in the center might just start marching.
Takes to the rook.
Okay.
91, what a move.
91, that is nice. Bishop F1, yet maintaining that bishop pair. The 91, is it stuck? Queen B, no, that is knight takes D3 is an idea. Okay. Oh, I think rook C1 there was actually really strong instead of knight C2.
At some point, he also had G7, G5 trapping the rook on F4.
That is crazy. Now bishop H4 is going to come. All right. It's fizzling out a bit, but there's still match clock to be milked here, and as long as that pawn does not get to A3, really no major problems here.
Will we get a 12-minute bullet game? No, we're going to get a draw by agreement.
I thought he was actually going to take on A8, play D5, and then just chill with the bishop on the diagonal
and then
for a long time.
For the foreseeable future, yeah.
Right. All right, this has all been seen before. This sort of fianchetto Grunfeld stuff is not in this match, but in classical chess a million times. A really nice practical try, this C3 business. All right,
yeah,
White
but
has a bishop pair.
White's got the bishop pair. White's got better control of the center, but Hikaru just doesn't care. He doesn't care what the objective evaluation is. He's so confident in his ability to stir up complications that you can give him any position and he'll find a way to make it interesting.
Yeah, bishop A1's a good move. I think H4, H5 chiseling away. Yep, that makes a lot of sense, Fabi.
Good call.
Chisel. Is D4 loose?
And he protects it. Takes with the knight, but now his pawn structure on the queen side is a little bit damaged. Of course, black can push E5 at any point, but you got to be careful because then the bishop on G7 is going to start complaining. He does it.
Wow.
And we're going to get mass liquidation on the D file. Will he pick up C4?
Yeah, this pawn structure on the queen side was mangled. Not a surprise the C4 pawn falls off. Although white is the bishop pair, and the bishop on G2 is really good, so white should be fine.
B7 is attacked. Hikaru could push B5, but then he has to allow a check on A8. This is an unpleasant position. Black's knights are kind of suspended in midair, and he is going to go for this endgame, slightly worse endgame. But I think Hikaru might hold this.
I'd probably take on G6 sooner rather than later. I don't want to just allow GH5 now in certain positions. All right, bishop. All right, this was a serious winning chance for Fabi. Very serious winning chance.
Well, there's that GH5 move that you were talking about later on. Black can shatter away at white's kingside pawn with H4. He plays E4, but bishop B4.
Bishop B4.
Okay, still winning.
Still winning. Push that A pawn. Bishop B3 would be a nice move. Keeping the knight tethered to the F pawn, or bishop C6 as well. And then A4, A5. Let's go.
King H3. Now the knight is paralyzed, and black will be progressively put in Zugzwang until he has to give up all of his kingside pawns. Look at that triangulation maneuver. Bishop A2, bishop C4.
And then bishop D5, yeah.
Okay, he's going after the H pawn. This is completely lost.
Yeah.
Completely lost.
And Naka will milk some match clock here, but this was a really nice game by Fabi. Great control, too.
He needs exactly 5 more of those nice games if he wants any chance to come back here. Still not over.
All right, G4, yep, that makes a lot of sense. And then mosey that king over. King G5, King G6. Mosey that king over. King F7, there we go. And then King F6. And then you eventually dart back to the E4 pawn. Won't be able to hold both.
Great call. And he's going to make a queen. I would move the bishop, though.
I would get, the king is in a perfect distance away. I would not have really touched the king there if I didn't need to. But okay, we're going to encircle the knight here. Okay. And maybe just queen takes D3 just as a sanity check.
Yeah, just because you never know.
These knights, don't even, just sack the queen. Come on. No.
But what Hikaru's do? Oh, E5, knight E3. See, that's a case in point.
Sack the queen.
Just take that knight. But there might be a Rosen trap with like king A1 in response to queen takes E3. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, but I hear you. These scare me a little bit because you just need one queen, and now let's ladder.
And now Hikaru's going to sit for 40 seconds.
Yep.
Now he's going to sit for 40 seconds, and that's the reason why he was playing so fast. He was accumulating time via the 1 second increment so that he can milk another 30 seconds off the clock.
And I love how they just take refreshments while the stalling happens.
Snack break. All right. Well, we have a 20-second break, Casa. In case you wanted to grab a snack or something.
I'm gonna take a swig myself.
Okay, me too. I've got 3 different beverages in my desk, but I'm out of coffee. That's a tragedy.
All right.
See, our job is very easy.
Yeah, sometimes it is. All right, so 5-point deficit, still tough, but just got to keep that momentum going.
Big shout out Rosen himself in the chat. No Rosen trap there, but he did milk a bunch of more time off the clock.
And many have fallen for it, so respect for trying.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we got this kind of B3 system where essentially white gets what he wants, which is play against Isolani, potential hanging pawns as well. There's the transformation after B takes C6. Now there are these hanging pawns in the DNC files. And wow, picking off A6 does not happen every day.
And black picks off A2. Yeah, you normally don't get this position without the A pawns. And I like the way Fabi, he's playing actively. He's playing quickly and aggressively. This is how he needs to play. But what's going to be his follow-up? The knight looks really pretty, but it can be chased away at a moment's notice with H3.
Yeah,
B4.
and it must be...
Whoa.
Yeah, it must be said... Okay, Queen B3? Was that the idea? Queen B3?
5, Rook A1, and black is in trouble there on the queen side. He might drop his bishop.
Also, Bishop B1's an interesting idea. Bishop B1 and Queen C2.
Rook A3, though. Great move. Only move. And he's up a pawn.
Queen
He
B1.
keeps his material advantage for now.
All right, C5.
Whoa!
Queen A5.
Bishop F5. Bang.
King F8. Yeah, now this is turning a little bit. The queen gets to H7. We have a whole new set of problems.
He's threatening that. Bishop takes G4 and Queen H7. And if black takes the bishop, then the knight on G4 is stranded. And look at the clock situation. Jeez.
Yeah, 8 seconds. Used.
How?
Ugh.
How? Queen H7. There it is.
Yeah, Queen H7. Yeah, and now
H3.
Rook D1. H3, Rook D1. Oh, Knight H4, Knight F5. Oh, my goodness.
Swiss cheese, man. Swiss cheese on the king side. It's over.
Look at those light squares. And the bishop on B4 is just a passive partisan. Maybe Rook A1 even you have time for.
Absolutely. Great minds think alike. Rook A1, Rook A7. He's left himself with 40 seconds to figure this out. He gives a check on G6 and now plays Rook A1. Maybe C4 and Bishop E7 keeps black in the game.
And then Bishop A3, just pinning again, reinforcing the pin.
Forget it. Yeah. This is lost. Forget about it.
Forget about it. All right, so I would like to toss an h3 here at some point. It's not needed just yet, but okay. I was gonna say not yet.
No.
And then rook a7.
Rook a7, king e6, knight f4.
f4. Yep.
King
and then
d6.
Queen takes g7. We're mating.
And there's no checks, is what you're saying. Okay, Hikaru wants to take on g7, but with a check. But rook e7, rook a7. Okay, and he's going to trade everything and take the knight.
Yeah.
Or mate him.
Or queen f6, queen f8, queen d6 also does the trick.
That was a sick game.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I think Fabi lost the thread with this knight g4 business. It was aggressive, but the follow-up after it wasn't there. All right, we got a little Catalan action now. Rook d1. There we go.
Yeah, but wait, this is whoa.
I wouldn't have taken with the knight.
What is he doing? He's down a pawn, and he's given up his fianchettoed bishop. This is just terrible for white.
Yeah, taking with the knight on d4 is puzzling. And again, all these trades just help black. Rook c8.
Whoa. White take on e4. I'm not sure about knight takes e4 there by Hikaru. I thought he could have just castled and kept the tension. Now he's actually given white a serious initiative in the center. Fabi with a great move, and knight f5 is super strong here.
Yeah, knight f5 is certainly incoming.
Castles, bishop h6.
Bishop h6, queen g4. Knight f6, queen h4.
This is what Fabi needed more of in the blitz. Oh, gf! Wrong move order. And Hikaru's going to take on f8 with the knight.
Yeah, 2 pieces for the rook. It's going to be advantage black. All right, rook d5, double the rooks. Try and make some inroads, but that knight on f8 is covering a lot of business squares.
Yeah, that's why you don't want to go knight g6. Rook d7 there would have skewered the queen and the f7 pawn.
H4.
Now it should be good for black. a5, solidifying the bishop. Fabi could infiltrate to the 7th.
I play queen e4 and h4. You need to dislodge that knight from g6.
Totally.
Man, it's crazy how fast this is going.
It really is. He's down. He's got over 43 seconds on his clock.
It's just insane.
He's making high quality moves, right? He's not just blitzing out random. Oh, I don't like
G4
F4 square.
Look,
Hello.
Swiss cheese. Those dark squares again.
Okay, now he wants a well-timed rook dd7 though.
I'm not buying it. I would actually go. I'd consider h5, and then knight f4 or something like that. But bishop d4 actually blocking the rook on the rook's axis to d7 makes a lot of sense.
Great call. Now knight f4 is possible because rook takes d4 runs into knight to e2 check. All of the tactical details are taken care of. Fabi should advance his king to g4 outside of the checking zone of the king. Now it's too late.
And now this king on g3 is in a little bit of a mating net. There aren't a lot of squares. If this rook gets active, it's
here
bishop
we go.
e3, bishop e3, rook d1, or bishop c5 even.
Bishop d2, bishop e1 was possible. He shuts down the rooks. It's over.
Yeah, and then rook d2.
Yep. He first solidifies the e5 pawn. Rook d2, rook g2 is winning. And Fabiano resigns. Another game. It's a 7-point lead. This is getting ugly.
And it must be said, it's so much easier to talk about the right moves when you're not in the heat of the action. I mean, I can't say it enough in this time control.
I mean, Hikaru's form across the board, across the time controls has been ridiculous. I mean, we see this in bullet brawls, right? When you catch him on a Saturday when he's gotten his sleep and he's at home and he's in good form, nobody can stop him. I mean, the guy just wins game after game with 50 seconds on his clock at the end of it. And that's with no increment.
Yeah, I mean, it's traumatic. I mean, that's basically what it is. So
yeah, it really is.
Okay, so we have some potential battery, maybe a4 and queen d3 now, actually. And here we go. The bishop. This is a problem. Knight e5 maybe, or e4 and queen e3. Interesting. Knight b4 now queen e3.
Plays it immediately. Okay,
yeah.
we get it in the other order.
All right, this rook on a1 wants to get into the game, and because it's not, black is actually okay. Although practically speaking, it doesn't look fun. All right, a5 here. There's no way I'm moving that knight. I'm just gonna play a5. Pinning. I wouldn't pin myself like that, but okay. Knight e5, rook f2.
Okay. Bishop takes e5 is possible.
Yeah, black. There's got to be an inroad here for black. Maybe rook c7. No. All right, now I like white. Look at those bishops. Those are nice bishops, in my opinion. I mean, okay, d4 is extremely strong. You can't take because of rook c1. Wow.
Bishop f7. Now you can take on d4, but no, you can't. Still can't take on d4 because the h2 square is protected. Fabi trying to stabilize that. Bishop h7 check was possible there. Oh my gosh. But Hikaru starting to run amok with his bishops.
Yeah, and the worst is over for Naka. And again, 45 minutes to 20 seconds. Problems. Rook e1. Yeah. Rook f1.
Worst is over. Best is yet to come.
Bishop g6. Ooh.
Goodbye. Another game. I mean, 45 seconds on the clock at the end of it. That tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, and again, you gotta appreciate just the speed with which and with which he recognizes opportunities. That's really what it comes down to. It's the recognition is so instantaneous at times.
Yeah, I think there's a story about an old IM, Levon Altunian, who was watching Hikaru Nakamura in a tournament in Arizona when Hikaru was still an international master, which was around the Civil War era. Like, dinosaurs were still roaming the earth when that was the case. And he checked out one of Hikaru's games, and he came away and told my friend in like a thick Russian accent, "He's computer. He is just computer." And you can see that here. Hikaru is just in bullet. I think you see it more than in any other time control. The ridiculous amount of accuracy that is displayed in the span of just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I do like what Fabi's doing here, trying to kind of by brute force mate on the H file, and it seems to be working. But again, now Naka's going to think for 10, 15 seconds and come up with something that's going to be practically challenging.
Bishop f6, is that thing? I think it is. I think he gets himself that dark squared bishop, but f4, e5.
f4.
Oh, he's allowed e5. No.
Now this king is going to be
now it's bad. Now white is lost.
Yeah, the bishop on d3 is cut. It's totally out of the game after knight takes e5.
White is lost. Bishop g3 check. I mean, look at white's position is suddenly in shambles. Fabi had to be the one to push e5. He delayed it by one move. And now his only chance, I think, is to orchestrate counterplay on the h file. But Casa, the instructive thing is that as long as the h8 square is defended by black's bishop, there's never going to be any problems. Like queen h7 check is not dangerous at all.
Yeah, 100%. As long as that fianchettoed bishop is covering that quarter square, that corner coffin, you're in good shape. And now we see white's king is going to get checkmated. Queen f2, knight e3.
That bishop's a hero. That bishop is a defensive hero. Okay, queen f4 check was possible. Rook b8, rook b2. It's a massacre on white's king. Just a massacre.
Kevin Durant would tell that bishop, "You're the real MVP." So it's problems. Queen f4.
Oh, wait a second. I think Hikaru played that move, queen f4, but it was one move too late. He let Fabi's knight or rook get to e1.
Rook takes it.
Bishop c4.
Bishop c4. F7 is hanging.
Bishop e6. Knight takes c6. I think white's suddenly winning. No, you can't play knight takes c6.
And then queen a8.
King g7. Bishop takes e6. Apparently the move is bishop takes e6.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Oh, it's all with check. That's why. It's
rook f6. Take the bishop. Take the bishop. Whoa, kill on queen takes e3.
Oh, no.
And rook h1 now is winning. Oh, he put it mate. Queen e3.
Queen e3 is mate. Queen e3, queen d2.
Oh my god, the bishop on f6 was hanging.
Oh, that was a loud one.
He can't buy one. He cannot buy one. It's crazy. How did he lose that?
It's hard, man. It's hard. I mean,
oh
you
my
know.
God.
You know.
I know. We definitely know.
Oh,
and that's what I tell myself every time I lose to Hikaru from a position where you have to find the only moves, the only path. And you manage to do it game after game after game. That's just what Hikaru does to you. And you got to feel it for Fabi. I mean, he just can't buy one right now. And that's just what Hikaru does.
Yeah, and this knight on d1 is not great.
He's winning again. I mean, he's crushing Hikaru out of the opening. And he's been doing that the whole match.
But look, watch this knight go on a hero's journey and something happen. This knight will get to c5 and then b3 and then he'll take on d4.
Yep, and then suddenly you're worse.
Oh, wait, and now the knight is coming to c5.
And now you can't go g5 yourself? I don't think black is even better anymore.
Not at all. And now knight c5, knight b3.
Whoa.
That's an excellent practical attempt, I must say. You have to try and shake things up. That's awesome.
But I would have played e takes f6 with Hikaru. I like what Fabi's doing here. These pawns, as intimidating as they look, Kazi, you're right. They're actually blockaded by Black's bishop, and you could try to pick them off with rook e8.
And d4, another excellent move, cutting off the opportunity for white to play d4 and hold all those pawns together. This has turned a little bit. Now rook f5 is incoming.
Great stretch of moves by Fabiano Caruana, but can he finish it off? 55 seconds for Hikaru. He chases the knight away. He takes on e5 with check. He can do it now.
But why
Queen
didn't he do it
g3.
before?
I think it's because of Queen g3, and Fabi's not sure if this endgame is all that good for him, and I can't blame him. Rook f4, though, was a great move. Rook g8.
Yeah. Yeah, rook g8.
Rook g8. If you take it, there's rook g4.
Rook
He's got rook h8. That might be a mouse slip. Knight g5.
There's got to be tactics now. Yeah, knight g5, and then queen takes a 4, and then the f pawn will decide the game.
Rook e4 is going to win. Hikaru's going to win this one too, isn't he?
He
is.
Twice that. Yeah, rook
That's
f5.
it. He's won again. It's a 10-point match. Oh, gosh. Oh, no.
All right, this is the games have turned dramatically in the middle game. Dramatically.
It's just crazy, the turnaround speed. You know, even in the last game, he dropped in exchange for what seemed like no compensation. His knight on d1 was completely out of the game. 5 moves later, it looks like it came from a completely different game.
Yeah, I think that the instinct is just to consolidate when you have these advantages, and it feels like somehow, some way, when you try to consolidate, you actually give opportunities along the way. That's just how it feels.
Yeah, and we saw that earlier in the as early as the 5-minute segment. I think we saw the narrative unfolding that Fabi got good positions out of the opening, sometimes winning positions out of the opening, given Hikaru's incredibly offbeat choices. But then a little bit too much hesitation, sometimes a little bit too slow, sometimes a little too passive. And the moment you let Hikaru back in the game, he's not going to leave until he extracts at least half a point out of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm a little surprised the gave up the light square bishop there. I was anticipating a g3, king g2 dynamic, but yeah, this I'm not so sure I like Fabi's position anymore. Things are a bit loose, and the knight on e4 is actually pretty stable.
Bishop takes b4. Look at that tactic. Wow.
Wow. What's he going to do if bishop takes g7?
Bishop takes c3, maybe?
Yeah, I was thinking that, and I was like, what a mess.
Now he's just up a pawn. This might be another one for Hikaru.
And he can just go king h7, and his king's just going to be very snug whenever it needs to be.
Now the a4 pawn is also a long-term weakness. White's position starting to crumble. I think he could probably grab that pawn on demand.
Yeah, he's just consolidating before he does so because he has so many improving moves. King h7 again, just keeping that king totally secure. And now he might dance with the queen a little bit. Maybe queen d7, queen h3. No, okay.
Grab
Decides
the pawn.
to go for it.
Back to c5.
Yeah. I was actually wondering if d4 there was good. Intermediate
Now
move.
he pushes a4 so that if white goes queen c6, for example, Hikaru could actually take the queen and the pawns will promote simultaneously.
A3, yeah. And again, you're going to have 2 passers on the C and D files as well to work with after those queens come on.
All right, this one's over. C4, extending the contact between the queen and the pawn. He takes another pawn, and now C3, or even A2.
Yeah, queen C5, very classy, just pinning the B pawn, not allowing it to be pushed.
11 points, and we have time probably for 2 more games, I would imagine. The way that these games are going, we might even have time for 3, given how little time Hikaru was spending on his moves.
Yeah, I mean, it's the blistering speed is just incredible. And the precision, I mean, it's hard to play this well, this fast, period.
I mean, that's genuinely what makes Hikaru a terrifying SEC opponent. You know, even if you have like a 5-point lead going into the bullet, you can see what he did to Fabi here in the bullet segment, and it almost feels like he's been coasting. That's the scary thing. So no lead is safe against Hikaru if he holds a lead going into the bullet, you're basically screwed.
And it's another perfect example. Like, the opening has gone pretty well. You have excellent bishops, you have a safer king, but watch Nakamura hustle this out and start to improve. It keeps happening. But I love this move, bishop c8, trying to get to d7.
Great
Excellent
maneuver. And now you can play bishop takes d4 and queen c6, and you've got these massive holes on the light squares. There is no mate threat, I think, after queen c6, because the g2 square is protected.
I wouldn't have taken. I wouldn't have actually taken. I would have gone bishop b7 and queen b7 and kept my dark square bishop a little longer. Because if you don't have mate, you're going to start to feel frustrated.
And I think he's already feeling frustrated. White can drop his queen back to f1 and smoke out black's queen from f3. He's doing just that. Looks like Hikaru has great holding chances here, and maybe even more than
h5,
that.
Bishop f3 to contest the file. Oh no, bishop c5 happens first. Yeah, and again the position is turning a little bit.
Yep.
Queen e2. All right, h3 just covering some more light squares.
b4 and a3.
b4, a3. Oh my goodness.
There have been some very, very bright spots for Fabiano Caruana. He's found really, really cool ideas throughout the match. It's just come too few and far between. And watch Hikaru continue to complicate this game. Can he pick up the pawn on c4 is my question. And what is Black's response to that move going to be?
Probably still a3. Just tucking the king on h7.
By the way, this will be the last game of the match. The match counter is running out. Hikaru's clock is also running out as he plays rook c2. There's a3. Fabi should be able to take this one.
Bishop e4. There we go. Rook b2. Bishop
Rook
d3.
a1. Rook a1 is a beautiful way to finish the game.
Yeah, and then queen e2, queen e1 mate. All right, we want you to finish this one, Fabi. Show us.
Rook a1. That's the cleanest win. It's not just a flashy move. It's the only way to win cleanly, because if you check on g2, there's queen f2, and he's got it. He's got it. And a beautiful game to finish off the match. A good consolation win. But ultimately, the result of the match has not been in question now for a very long time.
And Nakamura acknowledges it as well. I think we should all give a golf clap to that move, because it deserves it. It's a pretty finish. So, well, what a match.
What a match. The final score is 18.5 to 8.5. Basically the same number with the addition of a small little number in the tens place for Hikaru Nakamura. He takes care of business. He advances to the semifinals. And despite his ultra offbeat opening choices, despite a host of really dubious positions across all three segments, the result of this match, I don't want to say it was never in question, but let's be honest, Fabi just didn't have enough tactical acumen, he didn't have enough speed, and although he played inspired, solid, professional chess, it's not enough to beat an on-form Hikaru Nakamura Kasa.
Yeah, and let's be clear, Fabi is a tactical beast, one of the best calculators in the world. It's just in these fast time controls, you have to read and react over and over and over again. And Nakamura just showed us another level of doing just that.
He did indeed. He really kicked it into a different gear in the final segment. In the bullet, he really pulled away. And ultimately, he wins the match with a double-digit lead. Okay, don't go anywhere, folks. We will have Hikaru Nakamura on for an interview, and we'll have the savvy move of the day for you when the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase returns in a few.
Just played an exciting game and want to see or maybe where you could have improved. Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
September bots are here, and it's time for a monumental clash. This barbarian might not crush you on the board, but he certainly can crush you with the board. Speaking of crushing, this giant is a living siege tower. Usually found in groups, goblins are fond of sharp, pointy objects and other people's pieces. The battle-hardened Valkyrie might give you a game once she's done arm wrestling a golem. This hog rider and his noble steed might give you a headache or two. Skeletons adore her, foes fear her. You'll need to bring your A game if you want to beat this witch. Yes, there probably is a rabbit up his sleeve, or a huge fireball with your name on it. We hear wizards are pretty good at chess. Not just a killing machine, Pekka loves tiny butterflies. But you're probably not a butterfly, so watch out. The Archer Queen thinks highly of herself, and for good reason. She is a skilled tactician, deadly opponent, and your worst nightmare. Play them all on Chess.com.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We have Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura in the studio, who has won his first 2 SEC matches, both by double digits. Hikaru, thank you for joining for a quick interview. Congratulations on taking care of business today. This was a close match until it suddenly wasn't. What was the turning point of the match for you?
Well, I mean, there are many things that I could say about this match. I think first and foremost, Fabiano held firm at the start. I mean, there were quite a few games that could have gone either way. To be fair, the first game could have also gone the other way. I think Fabiano got off to a good start when I blundered this Rook D1 move. If I'd played Rook A1, Queen C4, Knight F5 first without Rook D1 or Queen F1, I think I would have won that first game. But putting the first game aside, I mean, I thought Fabiano played well in the 5+1. I think it's mainly that he found himself down going into the 3+1. And for the most part, I felt that Fabiano was getting very good positions out of the opening and essentially just didn't have enough time to convert them. +1, so the 3+1 is only going to be magnified even further. And I think the fact that he was down after the 5+1 at that point was already going to be very difficult for him to come back.
Yeah, Hikaru, you played a lot of these kind of Owen's defense hybrid setups, combining A6 and then E6. And when you decide to play these setups that are offbeat, do you consider how long it'll take for your opponent to be accustomed to kind of solving the problems in the time control, and then figure that it'll just be a little bit too much time for them to kind of solve the problem?
Well, there's this certain player, a certain former world champion, who also does the same thing. Maybe not as often, but Magnus has done quite a bit of this too with this A6, A3 stuff and playing. I think he played some like D6, Knight F6, H6 stuff, I think against me actually, in an event not so long ago. I think the main thing is it's a very difficult balance between using your time to like sort of try and punish your opponent out of the opening when they play something dubious versus playing practical. And I think, certainly for Fabiano, he was trying very hard to punish me out of the openings. And I think, of course, in a slow game, he probably would have been able to, but in the fast games, he wasn't quite able to do it. And then he was always struggling on the clock is what it felt like. So I don't think you're ever going to be truly accustomed, but you probably noticed that after the first set of playing, I think C3, playing the Saragossa opening, I started playing Knight to H3 on move 1. And the reason I did that is because since the breaks have gotten so long, thanks to needing to run ads, I was a little bit worried that maybe Fabiano would go talk to Levon and come up with something to do against it, which is why I switched over to Knight H3.
Do you think it's fair to say, Hikaru, that these offbeat openings also produce a psychological effect on the opponent, especially when, toward the end of the match, Fabi was actually getting worse positions with white out of E4, A6? Do you think that's partially because he was starting to get tilted at his inability to punish these lines effectively?
Well, I mean, I think just the match score was the biggest problem. I've said it before and I'll say it again. When I play these matches in the SEC, I feel like in general I'm a huge favorite in 1+1, the final portion of the match, against pretty much everybody except for maybe Magnus, Alireza, and I guess Ding. Ding played really, really well against me. I think it was 2 years ago. And I think that at the end of the day, the fact that I have that big edge, it puts so much pressure on my opponents. I think Fabiano, as soon as he started losing at the start of 3+1, he fell down by 3 or 4. He knew he was going to be behind going into the bullet. And so I think it's more just like you start becoming disappointed and depressed. And for me, honestly, having been on the right side, I mean, of many of these lopsided matches, I think at some point it also becomes very difficult to play for me too, because like you just want the match to end. You're not really in it. You just want the whole thing to just be over with on both sides. So, yeah, I think for Fabi, he got worse positions because he couldn't crack it. And it's like, what am I doing? What am I supposed to do? You just, like, mentally you start going in a bad direction.
Yeah, I'm going to actually ask a question from the chat, actually, wanted to know. Someone, Chilled Livin, want to know, what did the finger signify that you held up to the camera? At some point,
yeah, great. Right. Yeah. Thank you for asking that question. Yeah. So, there are a lot of people who seemingly have long-term memory loss, first of all, or they just haven't been in chess for a very long time. And I know people are going to be mad at me for saying this. But, I noticed in the comments, a lot of people are saying, why am I stalling? Why am I running down the clock? Why am I running the clock down? And, it's worked very well for me over the years. There's a reason I do it. It's because you have less games. I felt it in 5+1 and 3+1. Fabiano's chances are better than 1+1. But that being said, at the end of the day, Fabiano is a very strong player. And, even if I think that maybe 90% of the time I'm going to have a good day, if I'm down, if I'm, let's just say I'm up by 4 games going into the 1+1 or up by 1 game. If Fabi is having a great day and I'm having a bad day, Fabiano could overtake me in the bullet portion and win the match. So, That's why I started running the clock down, just to try and reduce the percentages of losing the match. And then secondly, as far as the finger, it's because the game against Fabiano where I did that, I believe that's the one where Fabi played rook a8, forcing the trade of the rooks into the bishop and pawn endgame. And I could have also milked the clock there. I could have taken another like 1.5 minutes, maybe not 1.5 minutes, but I think we both had about 30 seconds. I probably could have taken at least another minute off the clock. Then I didn't do it. And of course, the best part about that is when I didn't do that, in the very next game, I got steamrolled and I lost. So, I think it's kind of fitting that for all the people who are busy saying that, like, I don't follow the correct strategy in that game in the bullet portion because I felt that it was already sort of out of reach, and then I get smoked in the next game. So it's kind of fitting in a way. So yeah, that's what it was about. It's like I think I said like this one time. That's what I said to the camera very specifically.
And I must just quickly point out here that you did today produce the longest game in SCC history in that Philidor position that eventually turned into a stalemate with Rook G3. It was a 200 plus move game.
Yep. I could have sworn that when I played Hare Krishna a couple of years ago, there were probably 2 or 3 games that were like that, which went on forever. But again, maybe I'm just forgetting things. But yeah, that being said, I think, it's Magnus has done the same thing too. I think that mainly for me, I feel like in bullet, that's my bread and butter. I think generally I'm best probably in 3+1 and 1+1, specifically against Fabiano, and it's trying to just reduce the number of games. And also the other great thing is, like, I did notice the clock, and I think at the start of that game there was something like 31 minutes, and so by keeping the game going on forever, I knew that we would then hit the 7-minute ad break as well, and Fabiano would draw the game, and I figured mentally he would not be in a very good mood. So it all was kind of worked out.
Mm-hmm. Hikaru, one final chat question before we let you go. We know you're streaming from Works Drill, and I'll modify this question a little bit to make it more suitable for an SCC context. We already know who are the top 2 bullet players, obviously, presumably you and Magnus. Who is number 3, and who would you say is number 3 in a 1+1 time control?
Yeah, so I mean, this is a very tricky question. I think a lot of people underestimate the difference between 1+1 and 1+0. You can't just win games on time. And actually, Fabiano today, when I was playing him, there were many situations where he was just moving too quickly. He was trying to play the first 20, 25 moves in 1 second or less when he could have used his time more. So 1+1 is very, very different. I honestly want to say, I mean, of course, I've played many matches in the SEC. I mean, Ding has definitely put up the biggest fight in 1+1 outside of Magnus when I played him. So, I mean, it's only one match, but I'd probably have to say Ding just based off that. Outside of Ding, I mean, maybe I would say Nihal. Maybe Nihal's improved, but just out of all the people I've played, Ding was by far and away the best player in the 1+1 that I faced outside of Magnus Carlsen. Without a doubt, he was easily the strongest player.
Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Hikaru, we will let you get back to streaming. That was a super entertaining match. Congrats on defeating your compatriot, and have a great rest of your stream. Good luck in the next match.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one. Bye.
Take care.
You too. Okay, another match in the books. Another quarterfinal in the books. That means we have 2 left. Casa. And this one was a blowout. I think, as often happens, the final score didn't really reflect the way that the match went. It took a lot of big moments from Hikaru to actually finish off his opposition.
Yeah, no question about it. The final score was not indicative of how close this match was for a big stretch of it. And yeah, kudos to Hikaru for doing Hikaru things. It was really impressive.
It was indeed. Speaking of very impressive, it's time for our savvy move of the day presented by Coinbase, and it took a lot of tactical wizardry by Hikaru to ultimately knock his opposition off. And one of those moments came in a game in which Hikaru was up in exchange. Fabi missed a winning move earlier. It still looks very dangerous for Hikaru, but in this position, he found a really lovely liquidating idea. In this position, he pushed the pawn up to e4, hitting the bishop and seemingly blundering his own bishop. Now, the idea is simple. If white plays bishop takes e4, then black forces the exchange of queens and gets a winning endgame. Fabi was forced to take the other piece, the bishop on d4. Hikaru takes on f3 with check, removes Fabi's bishop from d5, and now gets his queen over to d5, blockading the knight, winning back the d6 pawn, and ultimately reaching a technically winning position that Hikaru was able to convert. That was a pivotal win for Hikaru Nakamura, and e4 is our savvy move of the day presented by Coinbase. And that, Casa, Corley, is essentially all she wrote. What a match.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it was just, there were fireworks from the beginning. It was just a lot going on. And just the precision, even with seconds, essentially, was what separated these two greats of American chess, these two greats of, chess in general on the world stage. Just the precision under time pressure.
Precision is the word of the day. Their highest accuracy, both 97%. Their average accuracy, relatively similar. Again, this doesn't really tell the whole story of the match, but it was a combination of speed. It was a combination of Hikaru Caruana's inability to punish some of Hikaru Nakamura's dubious openings, as well as Hikaru's his unparalleled ability to pose serious problems to his opponent. And on that note, folks, our doubleheader today comes to an end. Before we wrap up the show, we wanted to remind you of what month it is. It is the middle of September. In Twitch terms, it's called the middle of September. We wanted to remind you that through the end of this month, you can claim up to 30% off on all new subs on Twitch. Subscribers gain access to exclusive break time content during broadcasts, unlock new emotes, and score an ad-free experience on Chess.com. Do not miss out on the deals for the remaining 2 weeks of this September. Subscribe right now. And on that note, folks, it's time to wrap up our broadcast. Casa, it was a great pleasure to commentate with you today. I'll throw it back to you for your final thoughts before we end for today.
Danya, it was such a pleasure commentating with you today. Folks, thanks for watching. We have an incredible slate of SEC matches coming to you soon, and so stay tuned. There's more to come.
There is more to come. We'd like to thank our amazing production team who makes our job easy. Everybody in the chat cheering on your favorite player. The SEC is the most fun event of the year. And on that note, another day of the Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase comes to an end. We will see you for another set of awesome matches tomorrow. So long.